yet logs showed uncharacteristic anomalies. Soon, an emergency staff meeting was called. All scientists, doctors and technicians had to attend. Voss recognised the gravity. This was likely Thatcher's tactic to corner the saboteur publicly. Sure enough, at that meeting Thatch revealed new security protocols. Cameras would be installed in the labs, sedation wards, even staff hallways. "Too many irregularities have plagued us," he said icily. "No more. We suspect an insider facilitating leaks or faking data. Any who conspire will face immediate repercussions." The room fell into anxious silence. Some staff, not complicit, still had known nothing about the recent escapes, but their fear soared. Meanwhile, Voss watched Thatcher's gaze linger on him a beat too long. The message was clear. "I'm on to you." Still reeling, Voss retreated to his dorm that evening. He realised Mara's rescue was the high point. With security tightening, he might not manage another extraction. The next big step was a direct leak, one that pinned the entire operation to the public eye. Could he do it alone? Did Mara truly escape, or had something gone wrong? The swirling questions tormented him, but time was short. If Thatch pinned evidence on him, it was over. If he fled, they'd hunt him. The only real hope was to blow the whistle widely enough that the conspirators couldn't bury him quietly. Thus, the stage was set for a final confrontation. Voss would gather the microfilm archives, documentation of the program's origins, the internal memos from a shadowy chain of command. He'd risk everything to get them out. The fate of hundreds of detainees, and perhaps his own life, hung on a knife's edge. Within days, Agent Monroe Thatch escalated the crackdown. Hallway cameras, strictly monitored lab sign-ins, unannounced searches, all inflicted a new climate of fear upon Project Echo. Whispers died in mid-sentence for fear a microphone lurked. Researchers who once looked uneasy about the cruelty now simply kept silent, hoping to avoid suspicion themselves. For Dr. Elliot Voss, each hour felt like borrowed time. He was certain Thatch suspected him. So Voss pinned his hopes on finalising a damning compilation of Project Echo's existence. Coded references to their LSD experiments, video transcripts of detainee re-education sessions, personal diaries from staff who'd once believed in the patriotic cause. Voss had gleaned access to them all, storing them on microfilm hidden inside a hollowed chemistry manual. He typed the data each night behind locked office doors, praying the new cameras wouldn't see beyond. With cunning, he'd set up a loop feed for his lab's camera, replaying innocuous footage to fool real-time watchers. His biggest challenge, ironically, was the unpredictability of some staff. The friendliest among them had grown quiet, fearing Thatcher's wrath. Another might inadvertently reveal something, or sabotage him for personal safety. Voss accepted that he must act swiftly, alone. He arranged a coded call to a journalist contact, a friend of a friend who sometimes reported hush-hush intel for a fringe newspaper. The talk was brief, full of oblique references. "I have new notes on the echotherapy project to deliver. Must meet at Vantage West Corridor." The reporter, uneasy but intrigued, agreed on a location and date. If all went right, Voss would slip out under pretext of an off-site sample run and deliver the microfilm. Yet he knew the facility wasn't easy to exit. The gates were under watch, and Thatch had a knack for surprise checks. As the day approached, Voss pressed forward with final tasks. He ensured the LSD formula in the labs was replaced with a less harmful version. He tried to reduce the voltage on each electroshock machine to mitigate damage. He even left instructions in obscure codes for future staff who might find them, explaining how to sabotage the worst procedures. If he were caught or forced to vanish, at least some seeds of resistance would remain. The morning of the planned leak was grimly still. A hush had settled through the corridors, as if fate itself held its breath. Voss told his colleagues he'd be driving out with a disposal unit, carrying tissue samples for analysis at a far lab facility. This was partly legitimate. Small tissue vials from certain autopsies, but hidden among them was the microfilm sealed in a cryo container. The guard at the vehicle bay gave a cursory check, seeing only typical lab gear. He waved Voss on. For a moment, Voss's heart soared. Oh, shit. I've been there. Perhaps it would be that easy. But as he started the engine, a black car screeched into the bay. Thatch stepped out, an armed subordinate behind him. He signalled the guard to stand aside, then approached Voss's driver window. Going somewhere, Doctor? Thatch's tone was ice. Voss forced a calm smile. Yes, the usual tissue disposal run plus some off-site analysis. You know the routine. Thatcher's eyes scanned the interior. Mind if I ride along? I'd like to see these labs for myself. His expression made it clear this was no polite request. Voss's pulse hammered. If Thatch rode with him, he'd discover the microfilm. Of course, Voss managed, summoning a neutral voice. Thatch climbed in the passenger seat, the subordinate in the back. They drove out from Project Echo's gate, the morning sky heavy with clouds. Tension thickened in the silent car ride. Voss tried to maintain composure, his mind racing for a plan B. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. Midway down a secluded forest road, Thatch spoke at last. We found evidence you manipulated sedation logs. Several detainees who died show no trace in the incineration records, Dr. Voss. I suspect you've been playing a dangerous game. Care to admit it? Voss's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. He tried a bluff. If there are discrepancies, it must be the staff's mistakes, not mine. You know how incompetent some have been. Thatcher's glare indicated disbelief. Spare me, I've heard the rumours. The missing LSD shipments, the lower shock intensities. You've grown a conscience. They reached a deserted stretch of highway. Thatch ordered Voss to pull over. The subordinate brandished a sidearm. Once parked, Thatch commanded Voss to pop the trunk. Let's see what you're really transporting. Voss stepped out, half resigning himself to the inevitable. Inside the trunk, the cryo container with tissue samples lay in plain view. Thatch motioned the subordinate to open it. At that instant Voss lunged, not for the guard, but to slam the trunk shut, nearly smashing the subordinate's hand. The gun fired a wild shot. Voss ducked, adrenaline roaring. If he could just grab the microfilm and run. Thatch seized Voss by the collar. The two grappled. Another shot rang out, grazing Voss's shoulder. He cried out. Blood spattered the ground. Thatch, face twisted in fury, pinned Voss. You think you can leak our secrets? He spat. We'll bury you in a black site deeper than Echo. The subordinate rummaged through the trunk, yanking out the cryo container. He discovered the microfilm canister. Thatch snatched it, expression triumphant. So you do have a little trove of evidence? Our worst fear confirmed. No matter. It ends now. Voss, panting, stared at the muzzle aimed his way. His chance to free those detainees, to protect Mara's testimony, to reveal the monstrous program, all pinned on an impossible moment. Then from behind the car a figure appeared, the nurse who had helped orchestrate escapes. She'd followed, suspecting a trap. She brandished an old revolver with trembling hands. "Drop the weapon!" she hissed at the subordinate. Thatch turned, firing swiftly. The nurse was no marksman, her shot went wide, but Thatch's bullet struck her square, dropping her instantly. Voss's eyes widened in horror. In that split second, the subordinate was momentarily distracted. Voss lunged for the microfilm canister in Thatch's grip. They struggled over it, arms locked in mortal tension. A single shot thundered again. This time it was the subordinate's gun, finishing off the nurse. Voss felt hope draining. With a savage twist, Thatch hammered Voss's wounded shoulder. Pain flared, and its canister slipped from Voss's hand onto the roadside. The subordinate kicked it away, retrieving it for Thatch. Blood dripped from Voss's mouth as he coughed out words. You can't hide everything, Thatch sneered. We don't need to hide everything, just enough. And you, De Vos, will be a tragic accident. A meltdown in the lab, perhaps. Or a recorded suicide. He nodded to the subordinate. Bag him. We're returning to Echo. Chained and bleeding in the back seat, to Elliot Voss felt each bump in the road jar the bullet wound in his shoulder. His vision blurred from blood loss and shock. Agent Monroe, Thatch and the subordinate drove them back to Project Echo. The microfilm canister sat at Thatch's side, a trophy of victory. The hush in the car was broken only by Voss's ragged breathing. On arrival, Voss was taken to an isolated sublevel, a reprocessing wing he'd never visited. Harsh fluorescent lights glinted on cold steel chairs, arrays of sedation syringes. Thatch dismissed the subordinate, wanting this done quietly. "You had potential, Voss," he said, spitting the words with scorn, "but you let sentiment ruin you. Now you'll vanish." Voss's mind reeled. He pictured the detainees he'd saved, the mild sabotage. He thought of Mara, hopefully outside, ready to speak to the world. If she succeeded in contacting journalists, maybe Project Echo could still be exposed. But if Thatch's men recaptured her, everything was lost. Voss's blood chilled. As Thatch prepared a lethal injection, likely to pass off as an on-site lab accident, a siren blared overhead. A frantic voice on the intercom, "Security breach! Unidentified infiltration at the main gate!" Thatch froze, cursing. He shoved the syringe into a tray and stormed out to address the alarm. Voss slumped, battered but not quite dead, cuffed to a gurney. The minutes crawled. Eventually, a trembling lab assistant approached. She recognized Voss and mumbled, "I can't believe this. They said you're a traitor, but you always were kind to the subjects." Summoning the last shred of empathy, she unfastened his cuffs. "Go. If they find me, I'll say you overpowered me." Voss, eyes brimming with gratitude, mustered enough energy to stand. He grabbed a lab coat to stanch his wound and stumbled through deserted corridors. The facility was in partial lockdown, but the sudden infiltration at the gate seemed to have drawn most guards there. Flickering overhead lights cast an eerie gloom. Up ahead, echoing footsteps, Voss ducked into a storeroom. He discovered some unmarked personal protective gear, a face mask, a battered cap. Slipping them on, he limped toward the exit he used for the ambulance route. If he reached that door, maybe he could slip away in the chaos. Near the ambulance bay, however, he found a half-dozen armed men scurrying about. They wore suits, not standard security gear, possibly CIA watchers responding to the infiltration. Hiding behind crates, Voss overheard scraps of chatter. "We have the microfilm. We can't let the infiltration succeed. Thatch has Voss in custody." They seemed uncertain if the infiltration was a decoy for Voss's breakout or something else. Voss realized with sinking dread that he had no chance to pass here unnoticed. He pivoted back into the labyrinth. The alarm klaxon reverberated. Doors slammed, the facility's auto-lock mechanisms sealing entire wings. Voss's only option was to climb upward via the service stairs. Each step flared agony in his shoulder. Nonetheless, he pressed on, mind swirling with a single impetus. Get out, ensure the truth emerges. If the infiltration was Mara, or someone allied with her, that might buy him precious time. On the upper level, he discovered chaos. Lights flickered, staff ran in multiple directions, a few labs had been forcibly opened, detainees stumbling out in confusion. Something big was happening. A nurse he recognized as sympathetic dashed by, eyes wide with terror. She gasped upon seeing him alive. "They're releasing the subjects," she whispered. "All the sedation wards, a meltdown. Don't know who triggered it." Then she hurried off, guiding a confused detainee. Amid the swirling panic, Voss glimpsed an improbable figure. Mara, hair dishevelled, brandishing a small pistol, leading a line of unsteady detainees. A battered staff ID hung from her neck. She caught Voss's eye across the corridor, relief flooding her face. Somehow she'd come back inside. "Doctor!" she called. He staggered over. She explained in breathless words. After the ambulance escape, she made contact with a covert group determined to rescue more detainees. They'd planned a covert infiltration. Freed from sedation, her memories consolidated enough to rally them. Her presence here was a miracle, if a dangerous one. "We must get out, with evidence," Voss said. She grimaced. "I found some documents, but no sign of the microfilm. Thatch has it, right?" He nodded, bitterness surging. All their collected proof was in enemy hands. But a partial record might still suffice. The large group of detainees, though traumatized, could testify to the horrors. "Let's go," Voss urged. They wove through trembling corridors, stepping over debris. Sirens wailed anew. Occasional gunshots rattled the air. Some detainees, in a frenzy, attacked guards, others cowered. The building's hush had become pandemonium. At an emergency exit, they found Thatch blocking the way, pistol drawn, his face a mask of cold wrath. "This ends now," he spat. "Voss, you have no idea the forces you're up against." He aimed at Voss, but Mara levelled her gun in return, unsteady but determined. A standoff formed. Thatcher's men advanced from behind. Voss realised time was up. If they captured the detainees, everything was undone. Mara squeezed the trigger, a shot that nicked Thatcher's arm. He hissed in pain, returning fire. Bullets shattered glass. The detainees scattered, some fleeing through the partially open door. Voss shoved an overturned desk for cover. Another bullet hammered into the metal, sparks flying. At that juncture, a cluster of detainees overcame Thatcher's men from behind, tackling them with raw desperation. In the chaos, Thatch was pulled down. Mara seized the chance, pulling Voss to his feet. He reeled from blood loss. She half carried him through the door. Fresh air greeted them, an overcast sky, a swirl of government vehicles half ablaze as the infiltration group clashed with security. Some unknown allies beckoned them into an unmarked van. Within minutes the van sped off. Shots echoed behind, but the van's driver evaded pursuit along a back road. Inside, Voss slumped, vision tunnelling. Mara pressed cloth to his shoulder, tears filling her eyes. "Stay with me, Doc. You gave me back my mind. We'll save you too." He blinked, half-conscious. The detainees huddled around, a battered congregation yearning for freedom. Days later, as Voss hovered in a safe house, drifting in and out of fever, the infiltration group compiled testimonies from rescued detainees. Some had partial memory, others remembered it all. Though the microfilm was lost, they had enough direct eyewitness accounts. They fed these stories to a handful of clandestine journalists. In bold headlines, overshadowed by official denials, the name Project Echo emerged in fringe publications. The CIA quickly labelled it baseless conspiracy. Most mainstream outlets scorned it for lacking conclusive proof. Yet behind the scenes, ripples formed. Some in the government quietly ended Echo's operations, fearing exposure. The lab was quietly disbanded, the staff reassigned. Officially to Elliot Voss, perished in a laboratory accident. No body recovered. The facility's halls were sanitised and repurposed. As for Mara, she went underground, carrying a battered journal of Voss's secret notes. She vowed to keep telling the story, no matter how many times official channels tried to bury it. In the hush of a distant city, a final scene unfolds. Mara walking alone, hood drawn. She clutches that worn journal. She passes a street corner where a newspaper kiosk displays a rag with a headline about experimental mind control, real or hoax. She tucks the journal under her arm, gazing at the curious passers-by. A faint, determined smile crosses her face. For though Dr. Elliot Voss gave his life, the truth behind Project Echo lives on, quietly awaiting the moment to spark a wider awakening. And for those who read the small print or listen with open ears, the echoes of that horrifying program ring out, an unsettling reminder of how easily the boundaries of science and immorality can shatter when power goes unchecked. The radio transmitter hummed to life with a familiar electric wheeze, its vintage dials glowing amber in the dimness of the shed. Mattie Connors wiped dust from the frequency display, her fingers leaving clean trails across the aged panel. Her father's ancient ham radio equipment had sat untouched for nearly a decade, but tonight, on her 25th birthday, seemed like the perfect time to resurrect it. "Come on, old friend," she whispered, turning the tuning knob delicately. "Let's see if you still work." Outside, beyond the weathered walls of the equipment shed, cornstalks whispered in the summer night. The Connors farm stretched for 40 acres in all directions, a modest plot by Iowa standards, but enough to keep her father in business after her mother passed. Enough to keep Mattie trapped in Granger when her engineering scholarship fell through. Enough empty space to broadcast music that no one would hear. The transmitter's needle jumped, finding power. Static hissed through the speakers. Mattie checked her phone's FM radio app, searching for an empty frequency to experiment with. Most of the dial was dead air this far from Des Moines, just how she wanted it. She settled on 88.1 FM, twisted the broadcast dial to match, and waited. The static changed. Not suddenly, but in such a subtle shift that she almost missed it. The white noise acquired rhythm, a soft, regular thump that reminded her of a heartbeat, but mechanical, precise, too regular for anything natural. "That's weird," she muttered, checking connections. The transmitter wasn't actually broadcasting yet. It was receiving. The rhythmic pulse continued, now joined by a faint high-pitched tone that danced above the lower beat. It reminded her of the harmonic pattern generators she'd built during her brief engineering stint at Iowa State. The sound was almost mathematical in its precision. Mattie glanced at her watch. 3:33 a.m. She grabbed her phone and started recording, holding the microphone close to the radio's speaker. After a full minute, the signal abruptly cut off, returning to pure static. Back in her bedroom, Mattie downloaded the audio file and opened her sound editing software. She hadn't used these programs since dropping out of college, but some skills never quite disappeared. She ran the signal through a spectrogram analysis, watching as the visual representation of the sound materialized on her screen. What she saw made her sit back in her chair. The patterns weren't random. The high-pitched overtones, when mapped visually, created distinct numerical sequences, first 7 prime numbers, then what appeared to be the beginning of a Fibonacci sequence. This wasn't terrestrial interference or random cosmic noise. This was structured, intelligent. "What the hell?" she whispered, running the analysis again. By sunrise, Mattie had created 3 different spectrograms and converted portions of the signal into numerical values. She'd spent hours on Reddit forums for audio engineers and amateur astronomers, eventually posting her findings with a simple question. Found weird signal on 88.1 FM in rural Iowa. Any ideas what this could be? She attached the audio file and her preliminary analysis before collapsing into bed, the morning chores temporarily forgotten. Her last conscious thought was that she should check the frequency again the following night. When she woke at noon, her post had been removed, not just downvoted or flagged, completely gone, as if it had never existed. Her browser history showed she'd visited the site, but the post itself had vanished. More disturbing still, the audio file she'd uploaded to her cloud drive was gone too. "Dad," she called, heading downstairs, "did you use my computer this morning?" Walter Connors sat at the kitchen table, his weathered hands wrapped around a coffee mug. At 63, he maintained the stoic demeanour of someone who had spent a lifetime watching seeds grow into crops, only to be harvested and planted again. Patience lived in the creases around his eyes. "Didn't touch it," he replied, not looking up from his newspaper. "Why?" "Some files went missing," Mattie said, pouring herself coffee. "Weird stuff I recorded last night on your old radio setup." Her father's hand stilled, coffee mug halfway to his lips. What frequency? The question struck her as odd. 88.1. Why? Walter carefully folded his newspaper, a deliberate movement that Matty recognised as his way of buying time. That old transmitter picks up all kinds of interference, probably just noise from the power lines. Power line noise doesn't transmit prime number sequences, Dad. The kitchen fell silent except for the ticking of the ancient wall clock. Walter cleared his throat. "Sometimes it's better not to broadcast what you hear," he said finally, "especially around here." "What's that supposed to mean?" Matty pressed. Walter stood, rinsing his mug at the sink. "Just saying some signals aren't meant to be shared." He left for the fields before she could question him further, but his reaction only intensified her curiosity. What did her father know about a random radio frequency? Why would he care if she shared what she'd found? That afternoon, Matty drove into town, laptop tucked under her arm. The Granger Public Library was small but offered free Wi-Fi that wasn't linked to her home network. She uploaded her recordings again, this time to a more obscure forum dedicated to unexplained radio phenomena. Within an hour she had 3 responses. Definitely artificial. Pattern repeats exactly every 42.7 seconds. Looks like SETI stuff. Where exactly did you record this? Check your DMS. The direct message came from a user named RadioSilence_1977. Take this down immediately. They monitor these forums. 88.1 is part of Node 0. Not your discovery, not the first time. Call the number in your area that ends with 3333 if you need to understand why this matters. Matty stared at the message, a chill running through her despite the summer heat. She started typing a response when the library's internet connection suddenly dropped. The librarian announced they were experiencing technical difficulties. By the time Matty returned home, her forum post had vanished too. That evening, as sunset painted the cornfields in golden shadow, Matty noticed something unusual from her bedroom window. A utility truck parked at the edge of their property. 2 men in matching grey uniforms stood beside it, looking toward the house. Though too distant to see clearly, something about their synchronised movements seemed unnatural, as if they were mirrors of each other. When she blinked, they were gone. The truck, too. Only empty road remained. At exactly 3:33 a.m, Matty sat in the equipment shed, headphones on, the radio tuned to 88.1 FM. The signal returned, stronger tonight, its pulsing rhythm somehow more urgent. The mathematical sequences had evolved, growing more complex. In the distance, she could have sworn she heard the cornstalks rustling in perfect synchronization with the beat. Matty woke to the sound of her computer rebooting, the distinctive startup chime jolting her from sleep. The clock on her nightstand read 3:33 a.m. She hadn't set an alarm. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she watched as her screen flashed to life, opened a blank document, and displayed a single line of text. Not for you to hear. The cursor blinked rhythmically before the computer shut itself down. Matty sat frozen, heart hammering in her chest. She hadn't touched the keyboard. She hadn't even been near the computer. Morning brought no clarity, only more questions. While checking the fence line after breakfast, she discovered a perfect circle in the cornfield, about 10 feet in diameter, where the stalks lay flat against the ground, spiralling inward toward a centre point. The corn wasn't broken or damaged, just uniformly bent as if pressed down by an invisible hand. "Dad!" she called out, finding Walter inspecting an irrigation pump nearby. "Come look at this." Her father approached slowly, his face unreadable as he surveyed the formation. "Wind damage," he said flatly. "Wind doesn't create perfect circles with mathematical precision," Matty argued, "and it doesn't just happen to show up after I record that signal." Walter sighed heavily. "Leave it alone, Matty. Please." "Why won't you tell me what you know about this?" She gestured toward the flattened corn. "This isn't normal, and you're acting like it's just another Tuesday." The father removed his cap, running a hand through thinning grey hair. "I worked radar systems before I inherited this farm. Air Force, 1985 to 1991, stationed up at the North Dakota border most of that time." This wasn't news to Matty, but his tone suggested he was building to something important. There were frequencies we were told never to acknowledge, he continued. Signals that appeared on our scopes that we logged as equipment malfunction, even when we knew better. The brass called them ambient anomalies. We called them visitors. Matty stared at him. Are you saying you detected UFOs? I'm saying some things in this world speak in ways we're not meant to understand. And answering back, he paused, looking directly at her. That's when trouble starts. Before she could press further, the distant sound of a vehicle drew their attention. The same utility truck from yesterday approached along the access road, moving unhurriedly. Go inside, Walter said quietly. Who are they? Don't know, don't want to, just go. Matty retreated to the house, but watched from the kitchen window as her father met the truck at the end of their driveway. Two men emerged, identical in height and build, wearing matching grey uniforms. Even from this distance, their movements seemed eerily coordinated. He spoke briefly with Walter, who nodded several times. One of them handed him what appeared to be a business card. Then they departed, the truck disappearing down the dusty road. Walter returned to the house, his expression troubled. Electric company, he said, before Matty could ask. Checking lines. In matching uniforms with synchronized walks? Come on, Dad. He placed the card on the counter. It was blank except for a phone number, one that ended in 3333. Sometimes, Walter said carefully, it's better to ask permission than forgiveness. That afternoon, while her father napped, Matty drove to the Granger Historical Society, a glorified storage room attached to the town hall. The elderly volunteer seemed surprised to have a visitor. Looking for information on any radio stations or transmission towers that might have operated around here, Matty explained, especially during the Cold War. The woman pursed her lips. That'd be the old emergency broadcast station, I suppose. Closed down in 97 or thereabouts. Never did much broadcasting that I recall. Where was it located? About 8 miles north of town. Nothing left now but the foundation. With directions in hand, Matty found the site easily enough. A concrete slab obscured by weeds, with the rusted remains of a tower anchor still visible. What caught her attention, however, was what lay beneath. A sealed metal hatch, its surface weathered but intact, emblazoned with faded government markings. She photographed everything, particularly the designation stencilled on the hatch. ARCS Node 0. Back home, Matty began researching ARCS and found sparse references to the Agricultural Region Communication System, ostensibly created to warn rural communities of nuclear threats. But one declassified document mentioned passive monitoring capabilities and anomalous frequency capture. She expanded her search to include other similar stations and discovered something remarkable. Satellite maps showed 6 former ARCS stations formed a perfect hexagon across Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota, with Granger precisely at its centre. That night, at 3:33 a.m, the signal returned, stronger, clearer. But this time, embedded within its mathematical pattern was something new. Her name, converted to binary code. The signal knew who was listening. As dawn broke, Matty found a note slipped under the front door. Do not transmit. It hers. Later that morning, while checking the cattle, she noticed they were huddled at the far end of the pasture, as far from the corn as possible. Their behaviour was unusual, heads lowered, refusing to graze despite the lush grass. When she tried approaching them, they backed away, eyes wide with unmistakable fear. By noon, the corn had changed. Subtle at first, just a slight variance in the direction of growth. But as Matty walked the rows, she realised entire sections were now growing in clockwise spirals rather than straight lines. The stalks twisted around each other in patterns that mimicked the frequency readouts from her computer. She tried calling the number on the blank card. A mechanical voice answered, reciting what sounded like random numbers before disconnecting. When she redialed, a different voice answered, human this time, but strangely flat. Connor's residence, 88.1 observation, the voice stated, not a question. Who is this? Matty demanded. How do you know my frequency? Your frequency? The voice sounded almost amused. It's been transmitting since 1941. You're just the newest receiver. The line went dead. When Walter returned from town with supplies, Matty confronted him with her discoveries. What's Node 0, Dad? What's really under that concrete slab north of town? Her father's shoulders sagged. I signed papers, Matty. We all did. Everyone who's owned this land since the 40s. Signed what? Easement agreements, monitoring rights. He gestured vaguely toward the corn. They said it was dormant, hasn't sent a readable signal in decades. Who's they? People who know enough to be afraid, Walter answered, and smart enough not to interfere. That night Matty dreamed of cornfields that moved like ocean waves, pulsing in rhythm to an unseen heartbeat. In the dream, she walked to the centre of their property where the ground began to split open, revealing not soil but a vast mechanical eye, ancient yet somehow alive, peering up at the stars. She awoke to find her bedroom filled with a pale blue light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Her computer screen showed spectrogram patterns forming and dissolving without input. In the corner of her room stood two identical silhouettes, the men from the utility truck, though she hadn't heard anyone enter the house. She's resonating now, one said, voice oddly distorted. Becoming antenna, the other replied. Matty reached for the bedside lamp, but the figures were gone before the light came on. The locals called it pressure front weather, that peculiar stillness before a storm when the air feels charged with anticipation. But the clouds gathering over Granger that morning carried no rain, only an unnatural darkness that seemed to absorb the sunlight. Matty stood on the porch, watching barn swallows dart nervously across the sky before disappearing entirely. Even the insects had gone quiet. The corn, however, hadn't stopped its strange transformation, now growing nearly 6 inches taller than normal, with stalks that twisted toward the centre of the property instead of reaching for the sun. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. The pattern completes today. Stay indoors after sunset. She tried responding, but the message bounced back as undeliverable. Walter had left before dawn for a farm supply auction in Des Moines, leaving Matty alone with her mounting questions and the increasingly alien landscape of their once familiar farm. She decided it was time to find answers elsewhere. The Granger Public Library's local history section was modest, but contained yellowed newspaper archives dating back to the 1930s. Matty requested everything they had about the founding of the emergency broadcast station. Funny you should ask, the librarian said, retrieving a dusty folder. Someone else was looking into those old stations just last month, left this research behind. The folder contained photocopied articles about the station's construction in 1941, alongside what appeared to be handwritten research notes in Cyrillic script. Clipped to these was a faded black and white photograph showing 7 men in military uniforms standing before the partially constructed radio tower. On the back, someone had written, Joint Monitoring Initiative, US-USSR, 1941. This can't be right, Matty muttered. The Americans and Soviets weren't allies until months after Pearl Harbor, which happened in December 1941. Yet this photo was dated April 1941, 8 months earlier. Stranger still was the diagram that fell from between the pages, a technical schematic labelled Receiving Configuration Subterranean Frequency Capture. The drawing showed the radio tower's foundations extending far deeper than necessary, connecting to what appeared to be a pre-existing underground structure. As she photographed these documents with her phone, Matty noticed a sealed envelope tucked into the folder's pocket. Inside was a handwritten letter, the paper brittle with age. August 15th, 1982. To whoever finds this account, my name is Alexei Baranov, formerly captain of Soviet Air Defense Forces. I am what your government calls a defector, Though I did not leave for politics or freedom. I left because both our nations lie about what sleeps beneath your American heartland. In 1982, I was assigned to a joint monitoring project, officially designated as atmospheric research, but our true purpose was to track signals from an object discovered in 1926. American farmers found it after a meteorite impact, except it was no meteorite. The object was manufactured, ancient, and buried far deeper than any natural impact could explain. Neither government wished to acknowledge it publicly. Instead, they built a network of listening posts disguised as rural radio stations. 6 stations to triangulate, with Granger at the centre. For decades, the object remained dormant, emitting only faint pulses at regular intervals, like a heartbeat in hibernation. But something has changed. The mathematicians say the pattern is evolving, becoming more complex. The object is waking up. It sends signals outward now, not just to our stations, but to the stars. I write this because I believe people deserve warning. When the pattern completes, when it establishes the connection it seeks, I fear what might answer. If you are reading this, look to the fields. They will change first. A.B. Mattie's hands trembled as she folded the letter. The date, 1982, coincided with her father's early Air Force service. Had he known about this all along? Outside the library, the strange weather had intensified. The sky had darkened to a greenish copper hue that typically preceded tornadoes, yet the air remained perfectly still. Her phone showed no service, and the town seemed eerily deserted for a weekday afternoon. As she drove back toward the farm, Mattie noticed something impossible. The cornfields along the highway had changed direction since morning. Miles of crops that had previously grown in conventional rows now formed elaborate spiral patterns visible even from ground level. The effect was disorienting, creating optical illusions that made the landscape appear to breathe. The utility truck waited at her driveway, the identical men standing motionless beside it. This time Mattie didn't avoid them. She parked directly in front and got out. "Who are you really?" she demanded. "What's happening to our farm?" The men regarded her with identical blank expressions. Up close, their similarities were even more unsettling. Not just their builds and uniforms, but their faces shared the same flat affect, as if emotions were concepts they'd only recently encountered. "Resonance testing," one said. "Calibration complete," added the other. "That doesn't tell me anything," Mattie pressed. "What's underneath our farm? What's ARCS Node 0? The first man tilted his head. "Not what? Who?" "It was always listening," said the second. "Now it's answering." "Answering what?" The question it was sent to ask. They handed her another blank card, this one containing only geographic coordinates. Without another word, they returned to their truck and drove away. Mattie entered the coordinates into her phone's map application. They matched the exact centre of their property, a spot where the corn grew tallest, where the spiral patterns converged. By the time she reached the house, the sun had nearly set, casting long shadows through the twisted cornfields. The coordinates led to a section they rarely farmed, a slight depression that tended to flood during heavy rains. Her father had always avoided planting there, claiming the soil was poor. Now she understood why. The ground at the centre had changed, the soil darkening to an almost metallic sheen. As twilight deepened, the dirt began to emit a faint luminescence, pulsing with the same rhythm as the radio signal. Mattie's phone chimed with a text from her father. "Don't go near the centre field. Coming home now." Too late. She was already standing at the edge of the depression, watching as the ground continued its transformation. The dirt was shifting, revealing glimpses of something solid underneath. Something with geometric patterns etched into its surface. Her phone rang. Unknown caller. "Matilda Connors," said a voice she recognised from her earlier call. "You need to leave immediately. The pattern completes at 3:33. "What happens then?" she asked. It finishes constructing the receiver, and then it waits for instructions. From who? A pause. We don't know. That's what scares us. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and Matty stepped back as a section of soil collapsed, revealing a small portion of what lay beneath, a metallic surface with inscribed symbols that resembled mathematical equations. The exposed section pulsed with soft blue light, the same colour that had filled her bedroom nights before. Her phone's screen flickered, then displayed a single message. Coordinates matched. Receiver identified. As darkness fell completely, Matty noticed something else. The stars above the farm were disappearing one by one, as if being systematically erased from the night sky. In their place, a subtle pattern was forming in the darkness, the same spiral configuration she'd seen in her spectrogram analysis. At precisely 3:33 a.m, every electronic device on the farm activated simultaneously. The house lights, her computer, the old radio transmitter in the shed, each emitted the same pulsing pattern, now loud enough to feel in her chest. The ground at the centre of the depression split open like a blooming flower, soil falling away to reveal more of the object beneath, a vast circular disc of impossible age, its surface covered in mathematical symbols that rearranged themselves as she watched. From this exposed section, a beam of coherent light shot straight upward into the night sky, piercing the spiral void where stars had been. The transmission had begun. Walter's truck skidded to a halt in the driveway, headlights illuminating Matty's frozen figure at the field's edge. He ran toward her, panic evident in every movement. "Get back to the house," he shouted over the now audible hum emanating from the exposed disc. "It's not safe." Matty couldn't move, transfixed by the beam of light connecting earth to sky. "What is it, Dad? Really?" Walter reached her side, breathless. "They called it a beacon when I was stationed at the monitoring facility, supposedly dormant for millennia until a lightning strike partially activated it in 1926. They built the listening posts to study it without disturbing it further." "They who?" "Started as a joint Soviet-American project before the Cold War, later expanded to include others, scientists, military, people who understood the implications." The humming intensified, and the beam of light widened, creating a cylindrical column that distorted everything seen through it. The air within seemed to bend, creating impossible geometries. "We need to go," Walter insisted, tugging her arm. "They're evacuating everyone within the zone." "Evacuating? Why now?" "Because it's never done this before." He gestured toward the light. "It's been receiving for decades, signals from somewhere beyond our solar system. Now it's transmitting back." The ground trembled again, more sections of soil collapsing to reveal additional portions of the buried disc, far larger than Matty had initially imagined. Not just a probe or small craft, but something massive. As they retreated toward the house, the utility truck returned, accompanied now by 3 identical black SUVs. Men in dark uniforms poured out, carrying equipment Matty didn't recognise. One approached them directly, older than the rest, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. "Walter," he acknowledged with a nod. "Ms. Connors." "This is Director Chambers," Walter explained tersely. "He oversees the monitoring program." Chambers gestured toward the activity behind him. "We're setting up a containment perimeter. That signal you discovered, Ms. Connors, the one at 88.1 FM, it was never meant to be heard by human ears. It was a maintenance frequency designed to keep the beacon in dormant mode. And when I started recording it, you created feedback," Chambers confirmed. "The system detected active monitoring and interpreted it as an activation command." One of the twins from the utility truck approached, handing Chambers a tablet. "Triangulation complete," he reported. "Signal target identified." "Where's it transmitting to?" Matty asked. Chambers studied the tablet, his expression grim. "Approximately 96 light-years from Earth. A star system we've been monitoring since 1977, when we detected the first response to the beacon's passive emissions." "Response? You mean..." "Yes, Ms. Connors. Something out there has been listening too." And now, thanks to your interference, they know exactly where to find us. The blue light emanating from the exposed sections of the disk intensified, causing shadows to shift unnaturally across the landscape. The cornstalks nearest the light began to crystallize, transforming into glassy structures that refracted the beam into thousands of smaller projections. "What happens now?" Walter asked, voice tight with tension. "We wait," Chambers replied. "The transmission sequence takes approximately 6 hours to complete. After that," he shrugged. "Truthfully, we don't know." Matty felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "Why did you let us live here if you knew this thing was buried on our property?" "Monitoring requires proximity," Chambers explained. "The original agreement with your grandfather included specific provisions, one being that the family would never use unauthorized radio equipment near the site. Your father understood this." Walter looked away, unable to meet her accusing gaze. "The beacon technology," Chambers continued, "operates on principles we still don't fully comprehend. It doesn't just transmit information, it transmits patterns, consciousness, identity, and now it's transmitting you, Ms. Connors." "Me?" "You were the first human to interact directly with its communication protocols in over 70 years. It imprinted on your brainwave patterns, your voice, your physical presence. Every mathematical sequence it's now broadcasting contains elements of your neural signature." One of the technicians called out from near the light column. "Sir, we're detecting matter phase transitions." The crystallization effect had accelerated, spreading beyond the corn to the surrounding soil. The ground itself was transforming, molecular structures rearranging into lattice patterns that mimic the mathematical sequences from the radio signals. "Full evacuation," Chambers ordered. 1 mile perimeter, effective immediately. As personnel rushed to comply, Matty noticed something else. Her skin was beginning to shimmer with the same blue luminescence as the disk. When she moved, after images trailed behind her hands, as if reality couldn't quite keep up with her movements. "What's happening to me?" she whispered. Walter grabbed her shoulders, his face pale with fear. "Matty, listen to me. Before your mother died, she made me promise to tell you the truth if this day ever came." "What truth?" "You were adopted." The words tumbled out in a rush. "Found as an infant in 1998, at the centre of a crop formation less than a mile from here. No records, no identification, just a baby in perfect health, with unusual brainwave patterns. The monitoring agency arranged everything." Matty stared at him in disbelief. "You're saying I came from this?" She gestured toward the disk. "Not exactly," Chambers interjected. "More accurately, you were sent in response to it. The beacon has been sending passive signals since its partial activation in 1926. In 1977, something responded, a brief pattern that our scientists interpreted as acknowledgement. Then, in 1998, a localized distortion appeared over this field, lasting only seconds. Afterward, we found you." The implications crashed over Matty in sickening waves. "I'm not human?" "Biologically, you're completely human," Chambers assured her. "But your purpose, your placement here, was deliberate. You were meant to establish connection with the beacon when the time was right. And now?" "Now you're the translator," he said simply. "The only consciousness on Earth capable of interpreting what comes next." The light column suddenly pulsed, expanding outward in a concentric ripple that passed harmlessly through everything it touched. As it washed over Matty, however, her perception shifted dramatically. The world around her seemed to slow, colours bleeding into unfamiliar spectrums. Thoughts that weren't her own began flowing through her consciousness. Mathematical concepts too complex for human language, spatial relationships that violated known physics. She collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Through the cacophony in her mind, a single coherent message formed. Signal received. Prepare for response. The evacuation proceeded with practiced efficiency, government vehicles ferrying local residents to designated safe zones, while explanations of a chemical spill circulated. Matty watched from behind the tinted windows of Chambers' command SUV, her body still occasionally rippling with blue luminescence. The projection flickered, then stabilised into a geometric form that constantly shifted between shapes, cube to sphere to pyramid to forms with no names in human mathematics. Then it spoke, not with sound, but with patterns of light and mathematical concepts that translated into understanding within Matty's mind. The words formed in her consciousness, accompanied by emotions and concepts that had no direct human equivalents. She found herself responding in kind, her thoughts somehow transmitting through the same channel. "Why contact us now?" she asked. The being, for Matty now understood it was a form of consciousness, albeit utterly alien, projected a series of images into her mind. Earth's history compressed into moments, human technological development accelerating, radio waves expanding outward into space, nuclear weapons, digital information networks, artificial intelligence emerging. "You've been watching us evolve," she realised. "The beacon was monitoring our progress." Determination of what? The implications stunned her. This wasn't first contact, it was a judgment. The entity transmitted additional context. Other civilizations encountered, some thriving in communion with the Watchers, others deemed threatening and contained. Chambers had moved closer, sensing the exchange. "What's it saying?" "They're deciding our fate," Matty replied, cold fear spreading through her. Whether humanity represents a threat or an opportunity. The geometric form pulsed, transmitting directly. With these concepts came understanding. Matty herself represented the experiment. A human enhanced with their communication capabilities, placed to develop naturally within human society. Her responses, her choices, her very existence would factor into their determination. "How do I demonstrate?" she asked. "If I go with you?" Humanity proceeds, unhindered data collection expands. And if I stay, containment protocols activate. Developmental limitations imposed. Hello, and welcome to a very special deep dive story, a tale of high-stakes deception, hidden files, and one whistleblower's desperate race to release the truth. Before we set off on this conspiracy-laced journey, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from around the world, and what time is it right now as you settle in to hear this story? If you're comfortable, feel free to comment. It's always fascinating to see how narratives bring us together across different places and hours. And if you enjoy these longer, immersive retellings that blend mystery, history, and a hushed, thoughtful tone, then I invite you to subscribe to Sleep Theories. It's the perfect place to explore fictional conspiracies, whispered secrets, and big questions that can gently carry your mind toward rest. Our story is called False Skies, a conspiracy thriller about a government's darkest deception and the whistleblower who exposed it. It imagines a world where the worst terror attack in modern history was not only foreseen, but deliberately orchestrated to spark endless war and funnel billions into a sprawling military-industrial complex. Now, 2 decades later, an unassuming former FBI data analyst named Thomas Keane leaks hidden documents that point to a monstrous betrayal and becomes the most wanted man in the nation. Pursued by a shadowy agency determined to keep the official version sealed, Keane races to share the truth with a public reeling from revelations that might reshape the entire post-attack world order. If you find your eyes growing heavy at any point, that's okay. This story is meant to be richly detailed. Perhaps you'll drift to sleep while pondering how fear can become a profitable enterprise, or maybe you'll stay riveted till the final word, uncovering each layer with breathless suspense. Either way, I hope you come away with new insights into how power, once obtained, can cling fiercely to the shadows. Shall we begin? Then settle in, let your breathing slow, and imagine the flicker of old computer screens, top-secret binders, and a few missing pages that change the course of entire nations. This is False Skies, told in 5 parts, each revealing a deeper rung of the labyrinth. Listen closely. The greatest secrets often hide in the quiet corners of official stories. Thomas Keane didn't feel like a revolutionary when he first pressed send. He was simply a man weighed down by guilt, holding a flash drive stuffed with revelations that haunted him for years. The file name he'd chosen of Black Dust gave no hint to the explosive contents. A trove of classified FBI memos, shipping manifests, and encrypted communications that, if authenticated, would confirm every darkest rumour about the worst terrorist attack in modern memory. The day of the leak dawned cloudy, ironically anticlimactic for a moment that might reshape history. Keane sat in a dingy motel room near a dusty highway, a battered laptop perched on a wobbly table. The place smelled of stale coffee and regret, but it had functioning Wi-Fi. He checked his secure connection one last time, heart thrumming. With trembling fingers, he uploaded Black Dust to an overseas whistleblower website known for releasing hidden archives. He paused, typed a short note, for the thousands who died and the millions misled. Then he pressed send. Within the hour, that file reached multiple journalists and a global news outlet with a reputation for defying government censors. The outlet's editorial board pored over it, verifying bits of data in a hush of excitement and alarm. By the end of the day, the first breaking story appeared online, overshadowed by disclaimers. Unverified documents claimed to reveal inside plot behind 20-year-old attack. Skeptics rolled their eyes. Conspiracy theorists hailed it as the smoking gun they'd always wanted. Most mainstream media initially dismissed it, an editing glitch, a potential hoax, or AI-generated forgery, the official line insisted. Yet some found the content too consistent to be random fakes. A set of typed memos from high-level intelligence briefings dated months before the attack, discussing the necessity of a catalytic event to unify public support for indefinite overseas campaigns. Detailed logs showed insurance policy expansions on certain tower floors days prior. Even stand-down orders for certain war games suspiciously matched the real timeline. Keane watched from his motel room's flickering TV as a breathless anchor tried to explain the leak, disclaiming that the White House calls it foreign propaganda. He sighed. The official denial had begun. Next would come the manhunt for the leaker. He closed his laptop, stuffed it in a bag and left the motel. Time to vanish. He'd served in the FBI's data analytics wing for nearly a decade, compiling anomaly reports around that fateful day. Step by step, he realised too many coincidences tied private defence contractors, intelligence heads, and financial bigwigs, all who profited from the subsequent wars. He quietly copied reams of old files, awaiting the day he had the courage to blow the whistle. Threatened from a threat to national security. The director of an ultra-secret agency, Eldridge Shaw, personally oversaw the containment plan. He believed the official story must remain unchallenged, or the entire post-attack order might unravel. By midnight, bulletins labelled Keane suspected hacker and domestic threat. Agents started combing digital footprints, scouring camera feeds from near the FBI building. Shaw himself made a call to a contact at the large media conglomerates, instructing them to bury coverage of the story until further notice. The compliance was near instant. Mainstream news gave minimal airtime to the leak, overshadowing it with other headlines. But the genie was out of the bottle. On social media, the hashtag #BlackDust soared, with amateurs dissecting every memo line. A few data experts cross-referenced the IP addresses in the communications, linking them to known government subdomains. Even the partial revelation stunned the public. If the documents were genuine, it implied that some element within the US establishment not only predicted but abetted the terror event, ensuring maximum casualties for maximum political effect. The phrase false skies emerged, referencing how the public's reality had been manufactured like a painted ceiling above them, concealing the real orchestrators. Within a day, small protests flared outside federal buildings in major cities. People demanded clarity. The government's official statement repeated the forgery or foreign propaganda claim. That evening, hackers with anarchy streaks threatened to leak more verifying files if the mainstream media didn't pick it up. Tensions soared. Meanwhile, the stock market wobbled as rumours of insider deals from decades prior re-emerged. Some corporations connected to military contracting faced plunging shares. Keane watched from a safe house now, a friend's abandoned cabin in the woods. He had only the radio for news, and the swirl of distrust and fury filtered through the static. He dreaded how quickly the establishment might label him a traitor. Indeed, the next morning the FBI publicly named him as a prime suspect in a mass leak of classified data, painting him as an extremist. His old colleagues, uncertain, gave no comment. But behind the scenes, many believed the documents might be real. After all, they recognised Keane's skill in combing data for anomalies. Among the swirl stood a figure named Sarah Voss, an investigative journalist blacklisted from major networks for challenging official 9/11 narratives in the past. She recognised the pattern in these newly leaked documents. They matched puzzle pieces she'd glimpsed in hushed conversation with insiders. She reached out to the new site that hosted the files, leaving an encrypted message. "I can help verify. Let me speak to the source." That message eventually found its way to Keane via an online confidant, setting the stage for an alliance that might shake the entire narrative. Thus, from a dusty hideout, Keane typed a coded reply. The story's real race began. Could he deliver evidence to a credible journalist and blow the entire false narrative wide open before the apparatus of Homeland Security, the very system built on the official source, crushed him? The next step would be forging that alliance with Voss and hoping her instincts for truth outweighed her fear of retribution. For if the government's darkest deception was about to be exposed, those who profited from war would not hesitate to silence him, or anyone else, to keep the official illusions intact. 2 days after the leak, the national conversation roiled in confusion. Official channels insisted the Black Dust documents were an elaborate hoax. Yet smaller media sites posted side-by-side comparisons with legitimate CIA or FBI formatting, showing consistent digital footprints. The public found itself caught between an official narrative and a swirling impetus to question everything. Some believed wholeheartedly in the new revelations, others recoiled or felt threatened by the idea that the last 2 decades of conflict might have been orchestrated. Thomas Keane was already on every national watch list. He'd been a mid-level FBI data analyst until 2 years prior, known for thoroughness but also for quietly raising flags about inconsistent intelligence reports pre-9/11. The day he left the bureau, no one suspected he'd spent months copying old files slated for permanent seal. Now his old supervisors told the press that he was mentally unstable, harbouring extremist theories. They withheld mention that those same theories had nearly led to internal inquiries years ago, until higher-ups quashed them. In a suburban neighbourhood outside the capital, a black SUV pulled up to a modest house. 4 men in plain suits stepped out. They were from a specialised domestic counter-intel unit, effectively an arm of the Black Archive, a covert group rumoured to be tied to intelligence and corporate interests. They forced the occupant, a middle-aged data engineer who once worked with Keane, to open his home computer. They rifled through his messages, seizing any mention of Thomas or Black Dust or files. This was repeated across multiple homes of ex-FBI colleagues, all without official warrants. The watchers answered to a higher chain, operating in the shadows. Director Eldridge Shaw, head of a new consolidated intelligence agency formed after 9/11, presided over these manhunts from a sleek government tower. He remembered the day of the attacks vividly, the chaos that allowed the Patriot Act and massive expansions of surveillance. He'd advanced quickly by endorsing these expansions and forging alliances with top defence contractors. Now, seeing the leaked docs threaten that entire architecture, Shaw was determined to snuff out the source. Reeve, or Keane, whatever his name is, must be found, he told subordinates. We cannot let fantasies unravel 2 decades of progress. As the manhunt escalated, Keane lurked in the outskirts. He recognised the checkposts on highways, the routine scanning of licence plates. He switched vehicles, used an old identity pass, and avoided all major city centres. He survived on snack bars and occasional small store purchases with cash only. At night, he found a cheap motel, paying in a borrowed name. Every moment felt like it might bring a black SUV squealing into the lot. The tension weighed on him, gnawing at his nerves. Sarah Voss, the investigative reporter, finally established contact with him through a secure chat app. "We need to meet," she wrote. "I can help verify these files properly. People trust me to an extent in the alternative media sphere. We must do it soon. The window is closing." Keane hesitated, knowing any in-person meeting risked being traced. But if they never took that risk, the documents might remain in a swirl of unverified rumour, easy for the mainstream to dismiss. They arranged a rendezvous in a small coastal town's library after hours. The next day, as Keane approached the library, he spotted an unmarked sedan idling in the parking lot. Fear pricked him. Watchers might be tailing. To confirm, he looped around the block. The sedan didn't move, possibly just a random visitor. Summoning courage, he stepped inside. Voss, a tall woman with a worn leather jacket, recognised him from the scattered photos circulated in the media. They sat in a corner among dusty shelves. She offered a handshake, voice calm but urgent. "Thomas, I believe you. The official story has always had holes. Let's finalise the proof so we can break it wide open." Keane exhaled relief, sliding a small USB drive across the table. "This is a more complete set than what was posted. Contains direct memos about the stand-down orders, the deals with defence contractors, the flight path manipulations. Also internal emails referencing the hijackers as assets gone rogue. He paused, tears flickering in his eyes. They used the tragedy for indefinite war, Sarah. They let it happen, or worse, engineered it. Sarah's breath caught. She skimmed a few files on her laptop, eyes widening at references to bank accounts, coded references to Operation Silence. She nodded. This is explosive, but we need a big platform, enough to force coverage. If we just post it on my blog, they'll discredit or block it. We'll get shut down. She explained a plan. Find a mainstream journalist with a rebellious streak, or do a well-publicised live event that too many watchers can't black out entirely. Suddenly, a muffled scuffle at the library entrance startled them. A figure in dark clothes peered in, Keen tensed. Sarah pressed the laptop closed. They ducked behind shelves as footsteps approached, but the library's old caretaker bumbled out, greeting them obliviously. The suspicious figure, glimpsed through the glass, retreated. Possibly a false alarm, possibly a watcher verifying the location. They parted ways quickly, agreeing to meet again in 48 hours near a major city, planning an infiltration of a local news station that might still allow an unfiltered broadcast. Danger soared. If watchers caught wind of their plan, they'd likely come down with lethal force. That evening, Keane received a frantic text from a friend who had once helped him interpret old FA logs. "One of our guys is dead. A boat accident. They're picking us off." The message cut short. Keane shuddered. The watchers had begun eliminating secondary sources who could confirm the leak's authenticity. He realised the ephemeral window for truth was closing. On the streets, protests flared up as rumours swirled of official foreknowledge. Some saw it as disrespectful to the memory of the victims. Others believed the truth must come out no matter how painful. The government, for its part, ramped up a rhetorical war on misinformation. Director Shaw delivered a short, ominous address, vowing that domestic agitators spreading baseless conspiracies will be brought to justice. Among the swirling chaos, Sarah discovered partial references in the documents to a deeper archive. The Saturn Files, an intelligence ledger tracking post-attack financial flows from official budgets to clandestine owners. If they found that ledger's location, they could show the money trail behind the war expansions. That might be the final nail in the coffin of the official story. They needed it, but time was short. Thus the manhunt overshadowed all. Helicopters roamed certain highways, random car searches increased, and the populace grew uneasy, sensing the government's fear that the leak might be real. Keane ducked from motel to motel, adopting new disguises. Soon, though, his luck would run out, or he'd have to risk a direct showdown, trusting the thunder of public outrage to keep him alive. Little did he realise, the watchers were about to tighten the net, deploying a Black Ops team to ensure the leak never reached unstoppable momentum. If Keane couldn't outmaneuver them long enough to break the final evidence, the official illusions would remain intact. If he did, though, the entire structure of post-attack governance might collapse. The next moves would determine everything. The following weeks saw Thomas Keane evading watchers by day and collaborating with Sarah Voss by night, each meeting more urgent than the last. They discovered references to the Saturn Files scattered in older CIA memos. Allegedly, it was an encrypted database that meticulously traced the money funneling to defence contractors, oil conglomerates and political campaigns in the immediate weeks after the catastrophic event. If authentic, it would confirm the real motive behind the orchestrated false flag: indefinite war and profiteering. At a safe house borrowed from an old contact of Sarah's, they pored over these hints by lamplight. Among the digital shards was a location clue: a retired NSA facility on the outskirts of a southwestern desert, defunct but rumoured to store old backups. "We find that offline archive," Sarah said. "We can copy the Saturn Files in raw form. That's the smoking gun." Keane nodded, though dread of infiltration weighed on him. Between them, they had minimal resources: a battered car, a few $1,000s in cash, and a handful of laptops. The Watchers, on the other hand, had near limitless means: drones, infiltration teams, access to every camera feed in the nation. but the Watchers didn't fully expect them to attempt a break-in at a presumably abandoned facility, so maybe the element of surprise worked in their favour. Director Eldridge Shaw ramped up the clampdown. The official narrative shaped the public mind. A rogue ex-FBI analyst has unleashed foreign-forged documents aimed at undermining national security. Many believed it, but a growing minority saw government overreach, especially after multiple suspicious accidents claimed the lives of other potential whistleblowers. People asked, if it's so false, why chase and kill so aggressively? In one instance, a known data archivist was found shot in his home, with the press labelling it a botched robbery, ignoring the data archivist's link to the leaked material. On social media, black dust soared. Some city squares erupted in protest, carrying signs that read, "We deserve the truth," or "Stop killing our whistleblowers." The Watchers responded by intensifying arrests, calling them rioters. Keane tried to remain focused. He realised that if the Saturn files were real, it might show direct bank transfers from major corporate boards into the pockets of certain officials, all tied to legislation passing huge war budgets after the false flag. That would upend the entire post-attack establishment. No wonder they're stopping at nothing, Sarah murmured. Securing fake IDs, they travelled cross-country by back roads. Each motel they used for a single night, paying cash. They dodged major highways, suspecting licence plate readers. The Watchers likely guessed their aim was to expose more data, but might not know the exact target. Meanwhile, the tension between them soared. The climate was near police state. Newscasts repeated that the domestic terrorist, Thomas Keane, must be turned in. Civilians were promised big rewards for tips. Billboards with Keane's face popped up along highways. He wore a baseball cap and used tinted glasses, but each day was a dice roll. A near encounter. On a lonely stretch, a black SUV sped behind them. They recognised the pattern. Sarah swerved onto a side route, forging through a small farmland path. The Watchers gave chase. Shots rang out, blowing a tyre. The car careened into a ditch. They scrambled out, hid among tall corn. The Watchers searched, but eventually gave up, presumably to avoid a big scene. This brush with violent capture left them rattled, but also more resolved. "We're obviously on the right track if they're that desperate," Sarah said, breath shaky. Finally, after days, they reached the deserted perimeter of the old NSA outpost. It was ringed by a crumbling fence, a few rusted signposts. By the look of the cracked asphalt and weed-choked yard, it had been abandoned for over a decade. Perfect place to bury secrets. Under twilight, they found a corner of the fence cut open by looters. They slipped inside quietly. The main building rose in silhouette, windows boarded up. A stray coyote howled in the distance, wind carrying a faint metallic whistling from open vents. Inside, dust-coated floors. Old cubicles sat in disarray. They used flashlights to navigate. Eventually they located a sub-basement with battered computer racks. A few beeped faintly with emergency power. "There's power? That's suspicious," Keane muttered. Indeed, it suggested the Watchers might still be pulling some data from here. They approached a locked door labelled Server Vault Archive 6. With Sarah's phone, they scanned a partial code from the documents, generating a bypass sequence that might override older system locks. After multiple tries, a green light flickered. The vault door clunked open. Inside the vault, rows of drives and reels lined metal shelves. Dusty but humming with minimal climate control, they sifted through labels: Operation Cast Peak, Post-K-War Roster, Saturn. That was it. A battered cluster of servers with the word Saturn FSV. They carefully powered one terminal, hooking it to a laptop. Sarah typed a root command. The screen glowed. Restricted. Saturn 1, 2, 3. Enter pass. They tried typical keywords from the docs. On the third attempt, a beep. Access. They were in, files scrolled, each referencing massive funding authorizations, building demolitions, insider trading, logs dated within days of the big attack. The scope was monstrous. It implicated high-level bureaucrats, big banks, and even a few journalists. They orchestrated the tragedy to galvanize fear, pass endless war budgets, feed the arms economy, Sarah whispered, stunned. All hidden under national security drapery. Some lines suggested hijackers were known assets used as a controlled ignition. The betrayal was staggering. In that hush, footsteps upstairs. The watchers had arrived, no doubt detecting the power usage. "We must copy this now," Keane said, launching a data transfer to multiple external drives. Meanwhile, Sarah prepared to kill lights and hide, but the watchers rushed down, flashlights slicing through gloom. Gunfire echoed. Bullets pinged off server racks. Sarah huddled behind a console, returning fire with a small pistol she carried. Keane initiated an upload, hooking the server to a secure satellite link via a portable router. The watchers advanced. He typed frantically, the progress bar inching along, transmission at 10%. Then Director Shaw himself stepped in. "Stop!" he roared, voice reverberating in the metal corridor. "Keane, you have no idea what you're unleashing. The stability of entire alliances depends on burying that day's complexities." Shots resumed. Sarah took a graze to her shoulder, but kept the watchers pinned. The bar reached 50%. Shaw barked an order to lob a small explosive. They tossed a flashbang. The ear-shattering pop disoriented them. The watchers closed in, tackling Sarah. Another pinned Keane. The laptop screen cracked under a boot. The upload froze at 80%. In the struggle, Keane twisted free, smashing a guard's face with the laptop, which ironically forced the laptop back to life. The watchers tried to pull cables. Meanwhile, a stray bullet hit a server coolant line. Steam hissed. The infiltration team realized this was too risky. The entire place might go up. Shaw advanced on Keane, gun raised. "You can die here with your illusions, or you can vanish quietly. The truth will never see daylight." Suddenly an explosion from the coolant line triggered a chain reaction in the old power system. Fire licked the corners, sending watchers scrambling. Sarah crawled to safety. Keane, battered, saw the upload bar at 98%. He roared in defiance, pressing a final keystroke to confirm. The system beeped success. The watchers realized the data had been sent out, unstoppable now. Furious, one aimed at Keane's chest. A final shot rang out. Darkness overcame him. The watchers yanked the cable, but it was too late. The Saturn files had presumably reached a safe node on the open web. Alarms beeped. The facility's meltdown forced a hurried retreat. In the swirling smoke, Sarah was dragged away by an explosion's concussive wave. The watchers grabbed Shaw, retreating. The entire sub-basement collapsed in flame and dust. For all they knew, Keane perished under the rubble. But the watchers had lost the bigger war. The Saturn files were free. Within hours, a torrent of new evidence, the Saturn files, flooded the internet. Anonymous activists, archivists, and journalists worldwide mirrored the data. Even as official agencies tried to block or discredit it, the story soared across social media, overshadowing government censorship efforts. Original documents codenamed Operation White Dawn, some Project Switchboard, commissioned for Filter Samursi, provided stark details. Insider collusion with extremist groups, advanced planning to ensure that attacks triggered panic and indefinite war mobilization, international reaction. Allies demanded urgent clarifications from Washington. Rival nations called for an emergency UN session. The general public, seeing internal memos where top officials weighed acceptable civilian losses for strategic advantage, reeled in fury. Large-scale protests ignited in multiple capitals. People demanded resignations. The entire intelligence apparatus faced the biggest crisis of legitimacy since the day it was formed. Meanwhile, the White House insisted the documents were tampered forgeries, but the mass of cross-corroboration was overwhelming. Anonymous data scientists validated digital signatures, timestamps, usage logs consistent with 20-year-old records. Even some mid-level intelligence employees, shaken by the revelations, publicly confirmed the authenticity. Back home, in the US, the meltdown was immediate. Rallies erupted outside major government buildings, calling for arrests of those named in the files. Corporate board members from arms manufacturing companies faced lawsuits. The stock market dived, particularly for defence sector stocks. Over time, entire boards resigned, some fleeing the country. Various retired generals disclaiming involvement or giving partial confessions fueled headlines. The public found itself torn between anger, betrayal and heartbreak, reliving the trauma of that fateful day under a horrifying new lens. Media torn. Some mainstream outlets quickly pivoted, acknowledging the new data as genuine after initial attempts to bury it. High-profile anchors apologised for previously parroting the official story. Others doubled down on patriotic narratives, ironically fueling further distrust. The swirl of disinformation versus actual data soared, but the raw evidence was too extensive to suppress. "You can't close the barn door after the horses fled," a commentator said. "The entire architecture of post-attack policy is under question." Director Eldridge Shaw attempted a grand press conference to reassert authority, but the crowd drowned him in jeers. Calls for congressional hearings soared. In a last-chance effort, Shaw's office declared a national security emergency, urging martial law to keep order. That, ironically, only inflamed dissent. Certain states refused to cooperate. Over the next weeks, the old alignment of power began fracturing. Investigations launched from multiple angles, with newly emboldened lawmakers prosecuting those who orchestrated the post-attack expansions for personal gain. Sarah Voss emerged from the southwestern fiasco battered but alive. She revealed how Watchers had infiltrated that abandoned NSA site, how Keane died a hero finalising the upload. She published a moving column titled "One Man's Last Key Press," describing how, in a swirl of gunfire, Keane completed the Saturn files transmission, ensuring no one could bury it. The piece went viral, shaping the public's view of Keane as a tragic whistleblower who gave everything for the truth. At the local level, families of 9/11 victims demanded new trials. The old official commissions were discredited. People realised entire reams of contradictory evidence had been sealed. Even the original investigators admitted they'd been misled or threatened. The emotional toll soared once more. Many felt as though they'd been lied to for decades about the biggest national tragedy. A wave of introspection overcame the country. How had fear become so profitable, and how did good people allow it? Internationally, alliances that had supported the war on terror felt betrayed. Some withdrew forces from contested regions. Others launched their own parliamentary investigations, suspecting shared complicity. The world order that was shaped after the attack started crumbling, replaced by an uncertain future. Some dared to hope it meant a less militarised approach. Others worried that new extremist groups might exploit the chaos. In the midst of all this, rumours circulated that Thomas Keane might still be alive, sightings in some far-off place, yet no concretized proof existed. Official statements considered him presumed deceased. If he survived, he might have chosen the anonymity of an unknown identity, having done what he set out to do. 6 months later, a massive Senate hearing convened. Top officials were subpoenaed. The public watched enthralled as ex-generals, ex-CEOs, and ex-administration figures from 20 years prior faced grilling. Some invoked national security, others pled the Fifth, while a few confessed partial roles. Indictments followed, though not all ended in convictions. The system was too vast, too intricately rigged. Yet the symbolic effect was undeniable. Never again would the official story be accepted unchallenged. At the same time, Sarah Voss launched an independent media platform broadcasting daily updates on the False Skies Inquiry. People from across the spectrum contributed testimonies, documents, or personal stories of how they'd suspect hush-ups. Freed from blacklists, she soared as a public figure, championing the cause of government accountability. A year after the Saturn Files meltdown, a new memorial was erected near the site of the original 9/11 tragedy. A statue depicting a single figure pressing a key, a reflection of Keane's final act. The inscription read, They took truth from us in the shadows. He brought it back in the light. Visitors left flowers, some seeking solace that the realm of power had at least partially been unmasked. Epilogue. In a quiet coastal town, a fisherman swore he recognised a man from a circulated photo. Older, hair bleached by salt and sun, eyes weighed with sadness. The man told him he used to work for the government, but no more. He spoke of illusions and the cost of unveiling them. Then he vanished at sunrise, leaving only a single battered flash drive behind. If it was Thomas Keane, he apparently chose a wandering fate, letting the world handle the legacy of his bombshell leak. Public trust in large institutions remained shaken. Some remained furious, others hopeful that a new transparency might arise. In the corners of the internet, conspiracy watchers debate if the watchers still exist, planning new false flags. But for now, the greatest deception in modern times has been laid bare. The name Black Dust stands as a testament to the unstoppable power of truth once it's unleashed. In the hush that follows, the final note, they used fear to shape the world, but one day fear lost. The truth soared free, and the illusions that once cloaked the skies were shattered in a single day. $2 billion over budget. The explanations had never satisfied journalists like her. Something about the math didn't add up, as if the excess billions had built something else entirely. Near the south end of the terminal, she paused before the dedication capstone, a polished granite marker set into the floor. The Masonic square and compass symbol was prominently displayed, along with the date of dedication and, most curiously, reference to something called the New World Airport Commission. Evelyn knelt down, pretending to tie her shoe while snapping a photo with her pendant camera. The New World Airport Commission didn't exist, at least not officially. She'd checked every possible record. No such organisation had ever been registered anywhere in the United States. Hiding in plain sight, she whispered, tracing the Masonic symbol with her finger. The marker mentioned the airport being built for the people of New World. Not Denver, not Colorado, not even America. Just New World. As she stood, a security guard appeared nearby, watching her with unusual intensity. Evelyn smiled casually and moved on, but she could feel his eyes following her. Was she being paranoid, or had she already been marked as someone to watch? Moving toward the hotel, she passed the infamous murals that had spawned countless conspiracy theories. Even at this hour, their vivid imagery was disturbing. Children lying in coffins, a gas-masked figure wielding a scimitar, extinct animals, indigenous people weeping over destruction. The artist claimed they represented peace following environmental apocalypse, but to Evelyn, they looked more like plans than warnings. At the hotel check-in, the night clerk barely acknowledged her, sliding her keycard across the counter without meeting her eyes. "Enjoy your stay at DIA," he said mechanically. "I'm sure I will," Evelyn replied. "It's quite an impressive facility." "Larger than most people realise," the clerk said, finally looking up at her with an unnerving intensity. "Most of it you'll never see." The comment hung in the air between them. Had it been a casual observation or something more? Evelyn nodded politely and walked to the elevator. In her room, she unpacked her equipment and spread the printouts of the encrypted emails across the bed. Each contained fragments of maps, maintenance schedules, strange symbols, and cryptic references to underground levels not shown on any official blueprint. One phrase appeared in every message: Level Subnormal 3. She arranged the pieces, trying to make sense of the puzzle. Through the window, the massive blue Mustang glowed in the distance, its red eyes like beacons in the Colorado night. Beyond it, planes took off and landed on runways designed in a formation that, from above, resembled a swastika. Another coincidence that conspiracy theorists love to mention. Evelyn checked her watch. 3:42 a.m. She should sleep, but her mind raced with questions. Who had sent the emails? Why choose her? And most importantly, what really lay beneath the sterile, controlled environment of Denver International Airport? She took out her recorder pen and spoke softly. Day 0 at DIA. Tomorrow I begin mapping the visible to find the invisible. If the emails are correct, this isn't just an airport. It's the entrance to something much bigger and much darker. As she set down the pen, the lights in her room flickered briefly. Just an electrical hiccup, surely. But in that moment of darkness, Evelyn could have sworn she heard something humming beneath the floor. A deep, steady vibration, like massive machinery churning in the earth below. Morning brought artificial normality to Denver International Airport. Travellers rushed through security lines, baristas served overpriced coffee, and overhead announcements called for final boardings. Yet to Evelyn's newly attuned senses, everything felt like a performance, a carefully choreographed dance to disguise what lay beneath the surface. She sipped her coffee near the south atrium, pretending to work on her laptop while photographing the murals more thoroughly. The first, titled Children of the World Dream of Peace, showed a massive military figure in a gas mask wielding a sword and an AK-47, stabbing a dove while surrounded by weeping mothers holding dead babies. Opposite this stood another panel where children of all races gathered around a central figure that glowed with supernatural light. Disturbing, aren't they? Evelyn startled as an elderly man settled beside her. His security badge identified him as Walter Simmons, Maintenance Division. They're certainly unusual for an airport, she replied carefully. Walter nodded. The artist, Leo Tanguma, claims they represent the triumph of peace over war and environmental stewardship over destruction. That's the official story anyway. And the unofficial story, Evelyn prompted. The old man smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. Every place has stories. This one more than most. He tapped his badge. 32 years in maintenance here, since before they even finished construction. Evelyn closed her laptop. I'd love to hear more about your experiences. Would you now? His eyes narrowed slightly. Most folks don't care about the opinions of old janitors. I'm writing an article about unique airport architecture and art, she lied smoothly. Your perspective would be valuable. Walter studied her for a long moment before nodding toward the dedication capstone. You know what AUAG means in that cornerstone? The letters under the Freemason symbol? Chemical symbols for gold and silver? That's what they tell tourists. Walter leaned closer. In ancient alchemy, they represent the foundation of transformation, breaking down to build anew. Before Evelyn could respond, Walter stood abruptly. Meet me at closing time. Baggage claim level, Carousel 19, if you're really interested in architecture. Without waiting for a response, he shuffled away, disappearing into the crowd. Evelyn spent the next hours methodically photographing every strange element of the airport. The gargoyles emerging from suitcases, the floor tiles with Navajo symbols arranged in patterns that resembled circuitry, and most notably, the time capsule marble inscribed with New World Airport Commission. Near the south terminal, she found another cryptic installation. A small plaque depicting paper airplanes flying around tall buildings, installed years before September 11th. Below it, Freemason symbols were incorporated into the terrazzo floor. Each discovery confirmed what the emails had suggested. DIA was a tapestry of symbolic messaging hidden in plain sight. But who was sending these messages? And to whom? By late afternoon, Evelyn had mapped the entire public area, cross-referencing it with the fragmented information from her anonymous source. Something didn't add up. The airport's underground baggage system, famously dysfunctional, had cost hundreds of millions before being abandoned. Yet construction had continued below ground for years afterward. Equipment logs showed massive tunnel boring machines operating long after the official completion date. At 9:45 p.m, Evelyn made her way to baggage claim, finding Carousel 19 shut down for the night. Walter stood nearby, pretending to mop an already clean floor. You actually came, he said, sounding surprised. Follow me, don't speak. He led her through a service door marked Authorised Personnel Only, down a maintenance corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits. After several turns, Walter used his badge to access another door labelled Tunnel System Grid B. Why are you showing me this? Evelyn whispered, as they entered a long concrete tunnel large enough to drive trucks through. Because I'm retiring next month, Walter replied. 32 years keeping my mouth shut. Maybe it's time somebody knew. The tunnel stretched ahead for what seemed like miles, curving gently downward. Evelyn's GPS on her phone showed them moving beyond the official airport boundaries, yet the concrete passageway continued. 5 subterranean levels, Walter said as they walked. That's what they put in the original plans, but we built 8. The deepest 3 don't officially exist. Who's they? Evelyn asked. Walter laughed bitterly. I've asked myself that for decades. The construction teams were compartmentalised. Different contractors for different sections. Nobody seeing the whole picture. But whoever designed this place, they weren't thinking about luggage. They passed massive air handling systems, water purification equipment and power generators far larger than an airport would require. Self-sufficient, Walter noted, following her gaze. Complete power generation, water purification, air filtration. This place could seal itself off from the outside world indefinitely. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached a junction where the modern concrete tunnel intersected with something else. A rough-hewn passage that appeared to be partially natural, partially excavated from the bedrock. This wasn't on any blueprint, Walter said. We found it during excavation. There was talk of ancient tunnels under this whole region. Native American legends about entrances to the underworld. Evelyn photographed the junction with her pendant camera. What's down there? Don't know. It was sealed off immediately. Armed guards for weeks. Walter pointed to a symbol carved into the stone arch. A stylized eye within a triangle. But that wasn't carved by construction workers. As they stood there, a low humming vibration filled the tunnel. The same sound Evelyn had heard in her hotel room. Walter's face paled. We need to go. Now. What is that? Evelyn asked. But Walter was already hurrying back the way they'd come. Night shift's coming, he hissed. If they find us here. They barely made it back to the public area before Walter's radio crackled to life. He answered it, speaking in clipped professional tones about a clean-up needed at Terminal C. Don't try to find me again, he whispered to Evelyn before leaving. And whatever you do, stay out the tunnels at night. Back in her hotel room, Evelyn downloaded the images from her camera and compared them with the diagrams from the anonymous emails. The strange carved symbol matched one that appeared repeatedly in her source's messages. Beneath it, her source had written, "The eye watches the gate." She was drafting notes when her laptop suddenly crashed. When it rebooted, all her photos from the underground tunnel were gone. Even her backup files had been corrupted. A new email arrived, sent from her own account to herself. Curiosity endangers more than cats. Level subnormal 3 is not for you. Evelyn stared at the message, her hands trembling. Someone had remotely accessed her computer. Someone was watching. Through her window, Lucifer's red eyes glowed in the darkness, patient and knowing. The horse that had killed its creator seemed to be sending her a warning. She closed the curtains but couldn't shake the feeling that she was still being observed. The hum she had heard underground now seemed to permeate everything. The walls, the floor, the very air of the airport hotel room. What exactly had she stumbled into? By her third day at Denver International Airport, Evelyn had established a routine designed to make her presence seem ordinary. Breakfast at the terminal cafe, work on her laptop in public areas, occasional calls to her editor back in Chicago, discussing a mundane article about airport architecture that would never actually be written. All the while, she methodically pieced together the puzzle, cross-referencing Walter's information with her anonymous source's emails. The warning message on her laptop had only convinced her that she was onto something significant. Someone with access to sophisticated hacking tools didn't want her digging deeper, which meant she absolutely had to. The key came in an unexpected form. A maintenance schedule left carelessly on a break-room table when Evelyn accidentally entered the wrong door. A quick photograph with her pendant camera captured what she needed. Access codes for the lower service levels, and most importantly, shift change times when the tunnels would be momentarily unmonitored. At 2:47 a.m., dressed in a custodial uniform stolen from a supply closet, Evelyn swiped a copied maintenance badge at a service elevator near the East Terminal. The badge wouldn't pass close inspection, but might work for automated systems. Her heart pounded as the reader flashed green and the doors slid open. Inside, instead of the usual floor buttons, there was a keypad. Evelyn entered the code from the maintenance schedule, 794503. The elevator began to descend. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. It continued past the standard basement levels into depths that shouldn't exist according to official blueprints. When it finally stopped, the display read simply S3, subnormal 3. The doors opened onto a dimly lit corridor unlike anything in the upper airport. The walls were bare concrete, lined with thick pipes and bundled cables. The air felt different, cooler with a faint metallic taste. And there was that hum again, stronger now, vibrating through the soles of her shoes. Evelyn stepped out cautiously, her pendant camera recording. The corridor stretched ahead, branching into multiple paths. Ventilation ducts large enough for a person to crawl through ran along the ceiling. Every 50 feet, red emergency lights cast an ominous glow. She followed the main passage, noting that unlike service areas meant for maintenance, these corridors were designed for regular foot traffic. The floors were finished with resilient industrial coating. Directional signs pointed to areas labelled with codes rather than names. QB7, processing, long-term containment. After several minutes of walking, the corridor widened into a large circular hub with multiple doorways. In the centre stood a scale model of the airport, but not as it currently existed. This version showed DIA with 6 runways instead of 5, additional terminals, and expansive underground structures depicted in cutaway view. Evelyn photographed it from every angle. According to the model's date stamp, this was Denver International, as it would exist in 2030. An expansion already planned but not publicly announced. A doorway labelled Observation drew her attention. Through its small window she could see a darkened room with control panels and screens. Evelyn tried her badge, and to her surprise the door unlocked. Inside, monitors displayed camera feeds from all over the airport. Public areas, service tunnels, even the surrounding airfield. But other screens showed locations she couldn't identify. Underground chambers filled with rows of empty bunks, warehouses stocked with supplies, what appeared to be hydroponic gardens under artificial light. One monitor showed a massive circular room with a strange black structure in its centre, a monolith of some kind, at least 20 feet tall, with a polished obsidian surface. Around it, technicians in white coats took measurements with specialised equipment. Evelyn stared at the scene, transfixed. This was unlike anything she had expected to find beneath an airport. A logbook lay open on the control desk. Recent entries referenced resonance testing and frequency calibration. One notation particularly caught her eye. Portal stability at 87%. Requires additional anchoring before Phase 2. Portal? The sound in the corridor snapped her attention back to her surroundings. Voices approaching. Evelyn quickly turned off her pendant camera and slipped behind a server rack just as the door opened. 2 men in dark uniforms entered, continuing a conversation already in progress. 3rd shipment this week. That's more than the previous 6 months combined. Orders from above. Accelerated timeline. Because of the seismic activity? Partially. Intelligence suggests we may have competitors accessing the network. Shanghai facility reported unusual readings. They moved to the control panels, their backs to Evelyn's hiding place. What about the upper levels? Security protocols. Remain in place. Limited access. Need-to-know basis. And the journalist? Evelyn's blood ran cold. Being handled. Her breach of the service tunnels was expected. Walter played his role perfectly. He doesn't know he's an asset. Of course not. Carefully cultivated over decades. Retirement package includes memory modification. The men fell silent as they focused on the monitors. One adjusted settings while the other took notes. Evelyn remained frozen behind the server rack, barely breathing. After what seemed like an eternity, they finished their work and moved toward the door. Shift change in 20 minutes. Make sure the containment teams are ready. What about tonight's arrivals? Processing as usual. The VIPs go directly to level S5. After they left, Evelyn waited 5 full minutes before emerging from her hiding place. Her mind raced with questions. Walter had been used to feed her information. But why? What was this facility really for? And most disturbingly, they had expected her to find the tunnels. Her investigation wasn't exposing their secret. It was somehow part of their plan. She needed to see more before escaping. Following the hub's directional signs, she chose the path marked Processing, moving as quietly as possible through the empty corridors. The processing area turned out to be a large chamber filled with equipment that resembled advanced medical scanning technology. Gurneys lined one wall. Isolation rooms with observation windows stood ready. Everything was immaculately clean and appeared to be regularly used. Beyond this area, Evelyn found something even more disturbing. A massive room filled with empty containment units. Hundreds of transparent chambers large enough to hold adult humans, connected to life support systems and monitoring equipment. These weren't designed for medical care. They were designed for storage. In an adjacent laboratory, refrigeration units held rows of vials labelled with alphanumeric codes. Research documents scattered on desks referenced extended biostasis and consciousness mapping. This went far beyond any government black site or military installation. Whatever was happening beneath Denver International Airport involved technologies and purposes Evelyn could barely comprehend. As she documented everything with her camera, the ambient hum that permeated the facility suddenly intensified. The lights flickered. An announcement echoed through hidden speakers. "Attention all personnel. Harmonic stabilization sequence initiating. Secure all sensitive materials and proceed to designated safe zones. Resonance testing commencing in 5 minutes." Evelyn knew she needed to leave immediately. She retraced her steps toward the hub, planning to return to the service elevator. But as she rounded a corner, she came face to face with the security team in black tactical gear. They didn't seem surprised to see her. "Evelyn Hart," the leader said calmly. "Your tour ends here." The security team didn't restrain Evelyn. They didn't confiscate her equipment or even search her. Instead, they escorted her through corridors she hadn't yet explored, descending even deeper beneath the airport. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, trying to maintain some illusion of control. "To what you came to find," the leader replied simply. They arrived at massive double doors emblazoned with the now familiar symbol, the eye within the triangle. 2 guards stood at attention outside, wearing black suits with subtle lapel pins, the square and compass of the Freemasons. The leader of Evelyn's escort team stepped forward, placing his palm on a biometric scanner. "Witness Hart as scheduled," he announced. Scheduled? The door swung open silently, revealing a vast underground chamber unlike anything Evelyn could have imagined. The ceiling arched at least 60 feet above a circular floor the size of a football field. The walls were a strange material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and at the centre stood the black monolith she had glimpsed on the security monitors. A perfect obsidian rectangle, its surface rippling occasionally as if it weren't completely solid. Around the chamber's perimeter, tiered seating accommodated what appeared to be viewing galleries. Men and women in formal attire occupied these areas, observing both the monolith and Evelyn's entrance with equal interest. Their faces were partially obscured by the chamber's unusual lighting, but she recognized certain features associated with wealth and power: the confident postures, the expensive watches, the security details hovering nearby. "Council is in session," her escort explained, directing her to a small podium facing the gathered assembly. "You will observe and report." "Report what?" Evelyn asked, bewildered. The truth, that's what you came for, isn't it? Before she could respond, the lights dimmed further and a resonant tone filled the chamber. The black monolith pulsed in rhythm with the sound, its surface becoming increasingly fluid. The assembled observers fell silent. A figure in elaborate ceremonial robes stepped onto a platform near the monolith. Though his face was shadowed by a hood, his voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. The convergence approaches. Phase alignment has reached optimal parameters. The gateway prepares to receive. Digital displays materialized around the chamber, hovering in mid-air. They showed real-time data on geological activity, atmospheric conditions, and various measurements Evelyn couldn't interpret. One screen displayed a global map with pulsing points of light at specific locations. Denver was one, but she also noted similar spots in Antarctica, Siberia, the Gobi Desert, and beneath the Atlantic Ocean. Our facilities report ready status, the robed figure continued. The network is synchronized. When the moment arrives, transition will commence according to protocol. Another figure rose from the assembly, this one dressed in a modern business suit. The controlled destabilization proceeds as designed. Economic indicators confirm system stress points have reached critical thresholds. Social fragmentation indexes are at predicted levels. And the narrative control? Asked a woman's voice from another section. Operational through all channels, contradictory information continues to neutralize truth seekers. Those who approach genuine discovery are redirected through our asset network. With sudden clarity, Evelyn understood her role. She wasn't exposing a conspiracy, she was being used to shape the narrative around it. Whatever was happening here, they wanted it partially revealed, through her, in a way they could control. The robed figure gestured toward her. The witness has arrived as arranged. Her presence completes the documentation requirement. All eyes turned to Evelyn. She felt exposed, manipulated, yet strangely empowered by her newfound understanding. "Would you like to address the council, Ms. Hart?" the robed figure asked. Finding her voice, Evelyn stepped to the podium. "What exactly am I witnessing here?" "Preparation," came the simple reply. Denver International was designed from its inception as more than an airport. It is a hub, one of 7 globally, that will facilitate humanity's transition. Transition to what? The robed figure approached the monolith, placing his hand upon its rippling surface. The current iteration of human civilization has reached its sustainability threshold. Environmental collapse, resource depletion, societal fragmentation, all are symptoms of a dying paradigm. The convergence offers an opportunity that appears only once every several millennia. Digital models appeared, showing catastrophic climate scenarios, resource wars, pandemic spread patterns, a comprehensive visualization of civilizational collapse. "This is what you're planning?" Evelyn asked, horrified. "Some kind of managed apocalypse?" A different member of the council spoke up. "Not planning, preparing for inevitabilities while creating sustainable continuity. The underground networks, the seed vaults, the genetic repositories, all ensure that after the reset, reconstruction proceeds under optimal conditions." The monolith's surface suddenly became more agitated, swirling with patterns that seemed to form and dissolve in 3 dimensions. The humming that permeated the facility intensified until Evelyn could feel it in her bones. "The gateway responds," announced the robed figure. "The entities acknowledge our preparations." "Entities?" Evelyn questioned, struggling to process what she was hearing. "Those who have guided human development throughout our history. Some cultures called them gods, others angels or demons. In truth, they are simply beings who exist in dimensions adjacent to our own, with perspectives and technology beyond our comprehension." As if responding to these words, the monolith's surface parted like a curtain. revealing not a solid interior, but what appeared to be a window into somewhere else. A space that didn't conform to normal geometry, filled with shifting forms and impossible colours. Evelyn stepped back involuntarily. "This is insane. This is revelation, Ms. Hart," corrected the robed figure. "What you're seeing has been hidden in plain sight throughout human history. The symbols in our architecture, our currency, our art, all reference this relationship between dimensions. Denver International was built as a modern temple, a place where the veil is deliberately thinned." On the monitors around the chamber, data streams showed escalating patterns, weather systems destabilizing, fault lines accumulating pressure, social unrest spreading across major cities. "The convergence accelerates," announced a technician at a nearby console. "Estimated completion window, 14 months. Evelyn struggled to maintain her journalistic objectivity in the face of what she was witnessing. And after this convergence, what happens to ordinary people? The assembled council members exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them before the robed figure answered. "Humanity will continue, Ms. Hart, but in a form better adapted to Earth's changing conditions. Those who understand what's coming have a place in the transition. The seed populations within our facilities will emerge to rebuild according to more sustainable principles." "And everyone else?" The robed figure's voice softened almost compassionately. "Evolution has always involved selection pressures. What's coming is no different from previous extinction events that shaped life on this planet. The difference is that this time consciousness guides the process, rather than blind natural forces." As Evelyn absorbed these words, the monolith's window suddenly contracted, collapsing back into an opaque surface. The humming subsided to its previous level. The monitors showed data returning to baseline readings. "The demonstration concludes, Madame," announced the robed figure. "The gateway will continue calibration sequences until final alignment." He turned to address Evelyn directly. "You came seeking truth about Denver International Airport. Now you have found it. This facility is one node in a global network preparing for humanity's most important transition. What you do with this knowledge is now your choice." Evelyn looked around at the assembled council, at the monitors showing global destabilization, at the black monolith standing like a doorway between worlds. Everything she thought she knew about reality had been overturned in a single night. "What choice do I actually have?" she asked. Dawn broke over the Rocky Mountains as Evelyn's plane lifted off from Denver International Airport. Through the window she watched the massive white peaks of the terminal recede, knowing now what lay beneath them. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night like scenes from a fever dream. After the gathering in the underground chamber, she had been escorted back to the public areas without threat or violence. No one had confiscated her equipment or warned her to remain silent. They hadn't needed to. "Who would believe me?" she whispered to herself as the plane banked east. In her carry-on bag, her pendant camera and recorder pen contained the evidence she'd gathered. She had considered deleting it all, but some stubborn journalistic instinct prevented her. Truth was truth, no matter how incomprehensible. The encounter with the council and their black monolith gateway had concluded with a choice, one that still weighed on her as the plane reached cruising altitude. "You have 3 options, Miss Hart," the robed figure had told her, as they stood in a private elevator returning to the surface. "First, you can attempt to expose what you've seen. Your evidence will be dismissed as elaborate hoaxes. Your professional reputation will be systematically dismantled. This is not a threat, merely a description of established protocols." Evelyn had felt strangely calm. "And the second option? You can join us. Your skills as a communicator would be valuable during the transition period. A place would be reserved for you in one of our continuity facilities." "You're recruiting me? After I've seen all this?" "You are always being evaluated, Ms. Hart. From the moment you received the first email, your persistence, your analytical skills, your willingness to question official narratives, these qualities have value. The elevator had stopped at a level Evelyn didn't recognise, a comfortable suite of rooms that resembled an upscale hotel. And the third option, she'd asked? You tell the truth, but in a form that allows people to process it indirectly. Throughout history, revelations too profound for direct acceptance have been transmitted through fiction, through art, through narratives that bypass rational resistance. The robed figure had removed his hood then, revealing the face of an ordinary-looking older man with kind eyes that contrasted with the enormity of what he represented. Humanity needs witnesses, Miss Hart. Not everyone can or should be part of what comes next, but everyone deserves the chance to understand what's happening, even if that understanding comes in forms they can dismiss as entertainment or conspiracy theory. Now, thousands of feet above the plains of Colorado, Evelyn switched on her tablet and began to write. Not an expose or breaking news article as she had initially planned, but something more nuanced. A fictional account that would hide its truth in plain sight, just like the symbols throughout Denver International Airport. Her story would join countless others circulating about DIA's secrets. Most would dismiss it as creative paranoia. Some would recognize fragments of truth. A few might understand its full significance, and perhaps that was enough. The choice weighed on her: complete silence, full disclosure that would be discredited, or this middle path of coded revelation. She had chosen the third option, but still questioned her decision with every sentence she wrote. Her seatmate, an elderly woman with silver hair, glanced over with interest. "Are you a writer?" Evelyn paused, considering how to answer. "I tell stories about things hidden beneath the surface." "Oh, mysteries, I love those," the woman said cheerfully. "What's this one about?" "An airport that's more than it seems," Evelyn replied. "Underground facilities, secret societies, preparations for global catastrophe." The woman chuckled. "Sounds like those conspiracy theories about Denver International. My grandson is obsessed with those. The murals predicting the apocalypse, the secret bunkers for the elite." "Have you ever been there yourself?" Evelyn asked. "Oh yes, many times. It's just an airport. A big one, certainly, but nothing sinister about it that I could see." Evelyn smiled faintly. "That's the point, isn't it? The best hiding place is in plain sight, wrapped in just enough strangeness to discredit anyone who looks too closely." The woman studied her with sudden interest. "You sound like you actually believe these theories." "Let's say I find them creatively inspiring." Evelyn returned to her writing, ending the conversation. As the plane continued eastward, she couldn't shake the memory of the black monolith surface parting to reveal that impossible window into elsewhere. Whatever entities the council communicated with through their gateway, they weren't human. The thought both terrified and fascinated her. Was humanity really approaching some kind of cosmic transition point? Were the elite truly preparing survival facilities while engineering global collapse? Or had she witnessed an elaborate production designed to misdirect investigators like herself? A conspiracy created to hide a more mundane truth about military installations or government continuity programs? The evidence on her devices couldn't answer these questions definitively. The pendant camera had captured images of the underground facilities, the strange medical equipment, even the council chamber. But the monolith's transformation had registered only as a blur of light, the interdimensional window reduced to digital artifacts. Anyone reviewing the footage could dismiss it as clever staging or technical malfunction. Perhaps that was intentional, perhaps the technology at work in that chamber automatically disrupted recording devices when activated, or perhaps what she had witnessed simply couldn't be captured by conventional means. These uncertainties formed the perfect foundation for her third option. Tell the truth in a form that would be received as fiction, a narrative that would plant seeds in the collective consciousness, seeds that might germinate when the convergence they spoke of finally arrived. As Chicago came into view below, Evelyn thought back to her final moments at Denver International. After spending the night in that strange suite, she had been escorted to the main terminal by a nondescript security officer who spoke little. At the security checkpoint, he had finally broken his silence. "You've been shown more than most," he said quietly. "That creates responsibility." "To whom?" Evelyn had asked. "The council? These entities they communicate with?" "To those who won't have the chance to prepare," he replied, his expression softening momentarily. "The coming transition isn't evil, Ms. Hart, it's necessary. But necessary things can still be terrible." With those enigmatic words he had left her to board her flight. No threats, no monitoring that she could detect, just the weight of knowledge and the burden of choice. The plane touched down at O'Hare, jolting Evelyn back to the present. As passengers around her reached for bags and phones, reconnecting to the ordinary world, she felt profoundly disconnected. How did one return to normal life after glimpsing behind the curtain of reality? Her editor would be expecting a story. Her anonymous source, now revealed to be part of the council's information management strategy, would be monitoring her response. And somewhere beneath the endless concrete runways of Denver International, the future of humanity was being prepared in ways most would never comprehend. Evelyn gathered her belongings and followed the stream of passengers toward the exit. Her phone reconnected to the network, immediately downloading queued messages. One caught her attention, sent from an unknown number with no text, just an image attachment. She opened it to find a photograph of the demonic blue horse statue outside Denver International, its glowing red eyes seemingly focused directly on the camera. Superimposed over the image was a simple message: "The eyes watch, the choice remains yours." Not a threat, a reminder. As she stepped out into the Chicago morning, Evelyn made her final decision. She would write her story not as journalism but as fiction, a tale of underground facilities and secret societies, of strange monoliths and approaching catastrophe. Some would dismiss it as entertainment, others would recognise fragments of truth woven through the narrative, and perhaps when the convergence they spoke of finally arrived, some would remember her words and understand what was happening. Small comfort perhaps, but the only kind available in a world where the greatest truths hid beneath the most mundane facades. Her fingers moved across her phone screen, composing a message to her editor. Taking a new direction with the Denver story, not an exposé, something more creative. A conspiracy thriller that asks what might really exist beneath those runways. Trust me on this one. The reply came almost immediately. Sounds intriguing. Send what you have. Evelyn smiled grimly as she flagged down a taxi. Yes, she would send what she had. A story hidden within a story, truth disguised as fiction. Not the exposé she had planned to write, but perhaps something more important. A warning wrapped in entertainment. A revelation coded in narrative. Because somewhere beneath the endless concrete of Denver International, the future of the world waited in the dark. Patient, inevitable, unseen. and a quiet man named Miles Wren who notices reality warping around him. We'll follow him through 5 parts, each revealing deeper layers of confusion, paranoia, and revelations about a secret project that may have fractured reality itself. Let the hush of late evening, or the calm of pre-dawn, envelop you as we begin. Feel free to let the tension build, or to simply drift along with the unfolding events. Whether you remain awake, analysing every clue, or find yourself dozing, this story is yours to experience in the manner that suits you best. Now, let us step into the world of the displacement. Miles Wren's morning began the way it always did, in a cramped and neutral-toned apartment that smelled faintly of stale coffee. His day started with a quick shower, a single mug of black coffee and a half-eaten bagel. He scrolled aimlessly through news sites as he waited for the bus to work. It was precisely the life he'd grown used to. Consistent, routine, and unremarkable. But something nagged at him that day. The same unsettling sense of discrepancy he'd been feeling for the past month. It started small. Halfway through the bus ride, he noticed the brand logo on a passing billboard was different from how he remembered. The colour scheme seemed off. At his mundane IT job, he corrected his co-worker Maria about a movie quote, only for her to look confused. She insisted the quote had always been the way she said it, not how Miles remembered. He tried to laugh it off, chalking it up to memory slip. Except these slip-ups were happening more frequently. One evening, Miles rummaged through a storage box and found an old grocery receipt that listed a cereal brand spelled differently than what was on the shelves today. He double-checked online. No alternate spelling existed in any official record. But there in his hand was a physical artifact bearing the old spelling. He stared at it for an hour, heart pounding. If not for that piece of paper, he'd have thought himself crazy. Things escalated when he visited his mother for dinner that weekend. She recounted a family event from his childhood, how they'd once taken a trip to Washington, D.C. to see a solar eclipse. Miles corrected her, recalling vividly that the family trip had been to Yellowstone, and the solar eclipse had happened years later. His mother grew agitated, insisting he was mistaken, brandishing old photos that seemed to show them in DC during an eclipse. Photos Miles had never seen. That's when a swirl of panic threatened to rise in his chest. The sense that reality was rewriting itself under his feet. Returning home with a mild headache, Miles fired up his laptop, typed Mandela Effect Difference Timeline Memory into a search engine, and stumbled onto a small corner of the internet. There, he discovered a forum dedicated to anchor memories. People posted about brand logos, historical events, and quotes that they recalled differently. A handful of them insisted reality had changed, that the universe had shifted somehow. Some members were quickly dismissed as trolls or conspiracy nuts, but a few shared meticulously documented proofs, photographs, scanned diaries, mirroring Miles's serial receipt. There were references to anomalous merges, quantum overlap, and Project Lattice. The name rung no bells, but curiosity gripped him. He lurked on the forum, reading post after post. One user in particular, Heart Awake, wrote, "If you're noticing these changes, you might be an anchor. The rest of the population, for reasons we can't fully explain, can be overwritten by the new timeline. But some of us keep our old memories intact." Another user cautioned, "We're seeing more changes than ever. People who question them vanish. Keep your head down, document everything." Miles began scribbling in a notebook, labelling it discrepancies. He listed the brand name changes, the misquoted lines from well-known movies, historical events that seemed off. He recounted how President Lincoln's birth date, which he was sure was different, no longer matched what the internet said. The more he wrote, the more tension coiled in his gut. Days passed, and Miles noticed certain forum members dropping offline without explanation. One poster wrote, "They found me. I can't stay." Then his account vanished. Another cryptically said, "Tight-lipped men in suits came to my work." Then silence. The forum started to feel less like a collective of misfits and more like an underground cell hiding from something menacing. A conspiracy at large? Miles found fleeting relief in a private chat with Heart Awake, who seemed knowledgeable. They claimed to have insider knowledge of a top-secret government project that delved into quantum timelines. Think of it as timeline observation. They messed up, causing microshifts. The public writes them off as false memories, commonly called the Mandela effect. But it's real. The rips are expanding. Simultaneously, Miles's migraines grew worse. He'd wake up in the middle of the night with a start, recalling vivid dreams of places he'd never been to, with street layouts so detailed it felt as if he'd lived there. Sometimes, on his way to the office, he'd pass a building he could have sworn was painted blue the day before. Now it was red. Co-workers teased him about being scatterbrained, but the pit in his stomach deepened. He recognised that his discrepancies list was no longer a handful of minor changes. It was ballooning weekly. Then, the culminating moment. Rummaging through an old folder for tax documents, he found a pamphlet titled Project Lattice, Preliminary Observations. The letterhead bore the seal of a US government agency he'd never heard of. The pamphlet described observational windows into parallel states, discussing anchor points and collective memory. The text was incomplete, as if pages were missing. No mention of how it ended up in his personal files, but the presence of the name Project Lattice made his blood run cold. He posted a blurred snippet of the pamphlet on the forum, seeking guidance. Some members responded in awe, but within an hour the entire thread vanished. So did multiple sub-forums. Then Heart Awake messaged him privately with a single line, "They're onto you. Watch your surroundings." A wave of paranoia enveloped him. Checking out his apartment window, he thought he saw a dark sedan parked across the street. Had it been there earlier? The occupant's silhouette seemed to glance his way. Or was that his imagination? Suddenly, he questioned everything. Was he just spiralling into mania? Nerves aflame, he decided the only rational move was to keep searching, keep documenting. Something was happening, and ignorance would not protect him. He told himself that if no one else would notice or care, he had to do it alone. The puzzle pieces were on the table. The near-constant timeline discrepancies, the ephemeral forum that kept losing members, the suspicious pamphlet referencing Project Lattice. He felt like a man stumbling onto a tapestry of illusions. For the first time in years he was wide awake, and terrified of what he might uncover. Little did he know, these small epiphanies were the first tremors of a larger quake. In just a few weeks, everything stable in his life would be undone, because reality, it seemed, was not as stable as people believed. And Miles Wren's mind, anchored to a truth the world was determined to forget, stood at the epicenter of a cosmic rift that threatened to unravel everything. Miles Wren sat in his living room, the curtains drawn. Outside, traffic hummed in the late afternoon gloom, but inside the hush felt like a barrier between him and the shifting world. After nearly a week of scouring the internet for references to Project Lattice, he had come up with precious little. Government records didn't mention it. Conspiracy sites sometimes invoked the phrase, always in fragmentary, half-lucid posts. He suspected the project was so classified that no official mention existed. The only real clue was from Heart Awake, the forum user who'd gone silent after cryptic warnings. Then, out of nowhere, Miles received a private message with an encrypted link signed HA. He wasted no time decoding it, his heart thumping as he typed in an older forum password that HA had provided. The link revealed a single PDF file, Eliza Hart, lattice log 03. The name made him inhale sharply. Dr. Eliza Hart. Could she be heart awake? Inside the PDF were fragments of a scientific report. Subject: parallel observations are interfering with baseline reality. Anchor individuals remain aware. Evidence of memory overwrite in 99% of population. We must secure the anchor subjects or face unstoppable merges. Miles's face flushed hot. This was no idle talk. The data was official, stamped with an outdated government insignia. The log alluded to quantum bridging events, unintentional merges, and a classified facility. Dr. Eliza Hart had apparently led the project that studied these phenomena. The final lines read, "We cannot remain silent, the bleed will intensify." That day, he took off from work, claiming a headache. He felt compelled to chase the next lead. Hours of online searching led him to a ghost site with partial references to an Eliza Hart PhD, a physicist who vanished 5 years ago under suspicious circumstances. She'd once published papers on quantum wave function collapse, then abruptly left academia. The next mention of her was a missing persons notice. No resolution, no public record since. Miles's mind reeled. Could DeHart have tried to blow the whistle on a secret experiment that caused the Mandela effect? And if so, had she been forcibly silenced? His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. The caller ID was unknown. He hesitated but answered, tension coiling in his gut. Mr. Wren, a low voice said. This is Agent Delar. We need to talk about your forum activities. Miles's throat tightened. How did you get this number? A pause, then. Let's say we have resources. You're not in trouble yet, but we've taken note of your postings. We're aware you have certain documents relating to Project Lattice. Silence. Miles's hand shook. He forced composure. What do you want? I want to give you a chance to stop before you cross a line. You're chasing illusions that could unravel a delicate balance. Drop it, Mr. Ray. Return to your normal life. People who dig deeper don't remain healthy for long. Miles bristled. Is that a threat? It's a fact. The more you cling to memories from a previous timeline, the more your mind fractures. If you keep interfering, you'll end up like Dot Hart. Or worse, you'll risk triggering further merges that might destabilize entire swathes of reality. The line clicked dead. Miles's heart hammered. The call left him rattled with unanswered questions. Who was Agent Delar? A genuine agent or some spook from a Black Ops team? The idea of destabilizing entire swathes of reality sounded insane. Yet the events he'd witnessed suggested something insane was indeed happening. The man on the phone had implied that those who remember the original timeline cause instability. Could that be why forum members disappeared? They threatened the official narrative. And this talk of the more you cling to memories from a previous timeline, the more your mind fractures. Was that a psychological effect or something more literal? The concept reminded him of quantum wave theories, how observation collapses probability. If too many contradictory memories existed, would that tear reality at the seams? Haunted, Miles hammered out an email to a friend from college, an old friend who was a data scientist. He attached the PDF, asking if she could help verify its authenticity. The friend replied hours later. Encryption style is advanced. The doc's metadata suggests it's from a government system. If it's a hoax, it's extremely sophisticated. Miles, this is big. Tread carefully. He had to meet others like him in person. The online realm was compromised, too ephemeral. so he posted a coded message in a local offshoot of the forum requesting a meetup for Mandela anchors at a downtown cafe. A single user responded, "Down the rabbit hole we go. Tomorrow, 7 p.m, grey jacket, table by the corner." At 7 p.m. the next day, Miles arrived anxious. The cafe was a modest place known for late-night coffee. He scanned for anyone wearing a grey jacket. Eventually, a slim man with a shaved head waved him over. Introductions were terse. The man called himself Cal. Over coffee, they swapped experiences. Logos changed, historical events out of place, phone contacts vanishing. "I used to have an ex-girlfriend named Samantha," Cal whispered. "We dated for a year. Then one day she was gone. No evidence she ever existed. My friends insisted I was single the whole time. That's when I knew something was deeply wrong." Miles recounted his fiasco with the cereal brand, the family vacation recollection, the forum vanishings, Dr. Hart's log. Cal's eyes widened at the mention of Project Lattice. "I've heard rumours of a facility that monitored parallel timelines, like a radio scanning multiple frequencies. If we keep glitching between them, maybe that's the cause." They parted ways warily, agreeing to share info discreetly. Yet as Miles left, he glimpsed a black sedan parked across the street. The driver wore sunglasses even in the dim evening light. A chill crawled up Miles's spine. The next day he texted Cal, but the message bounced. The phone number no longer existed. Shaken, Miles realised how quickly these Mandela anchors could vanish. He was being watched, and so was Cal, presumably. This was more than a casual conspiracy. Something official and dangerous was stamping out anomalies, ensuring no one pieced together the truth. Possibly the fear was that if enough anchor minds recognised the illusions, the entire tapestry might unravel. By that weekend, Miles's memory flickers intensified. He woke up in an apartment that looked the same but had a different colour sofa. Mid-morning, it was back to normal. He found a small scar on his forearm he'd never noticed before. Searching old photos, the scar was present in some, absent in others. Reality was rewriting itself, editing details with casual disregard for sanity. He also began to have vivid nightmares about Dr. Hart. In these dreams, she was in a sterile lab, scribbling frantic equations on glass walls, turning to him with despair in her eyes. "We messed up," she always said. "You have to fix it, or you'll be wiped away." Waking from these nightmares left him soaked in sweat, unsure if they were just imagination or glimpses into another timeline. Agent Delar's ominous phone call echoed in his thoughts. The man had spoken as if the shift was unstoppable, but was that truly the case? Dr. Hart's log suggested a meltdown scenario if left unchecked. Could Miles somehow mend the damage? Every step forward put him in deeper danger, yet turning back felt impossible. So he pressed on, scouring every corner of the internet, scanning library archives for references to Lattice. He discovered scraps of conversations, a now defunct corporate R&D group that once specialised in quantum computing for the government. A mention of temporal data anomalies. The puzzle was maddeningly incomplete, and so alone in his living room with laptop in hand, he braced for the next phase. The stage was set for a deeper confrontation. If the reality around him was a precarious tapestry, he had begun pulling at the threads, determined to see what lurked behind the fabric, even if it meant unravelling himself, and the world along with him. Another restless night found Miles hunched over a desk lamp at 3 a.m, skimming old microfilm copies of the local newspaper's archives. His limbs felt jittery from too much coffee and too little sleep. He'd discovered a library that still kept microfilm records dating decades back, hoping to find some sign of Dr. Eliza Hart's involvement with the city's tech or research labs. An unassuming article from 5 years ago caught his eye. Local lab receives federal grant for advanced quantum studies. The article mentioned a Dr. E. Hart heading a small team. The lab, located near the city's industrial outskirts, apparently disbanded soon after. No reason was given. That detail might have slipped under normal circumstances, but now it seemed like a signpost. The address was listed. 1822 Redwood Drive. Miles closed the microfilm viewer, heart thumping. Redwood Drive. That could be the location where Project Lattice took place. The one place he might find tangible proof. If Dr. Hart had vanished, perhaps her notes, her equipment, or something else remained. He set out early the next day in a beat-up sedan he borrowed from a friend, not wanting to use his own car in case Agent Della was watching. Redwood Drive led to a run-down industrial zone of rusted fencing and empty warehouses. Building number 1822 was a squat, windowless structure with a chain-link gate. A weathered sign read, "Restricted Area, Federal Property." Weeds sprouted through cracks in the pavement, suggesting the place had been abandoned for years. Adrenaline kept him focused. He snuck around the side, found a rusted door, and discovered it was locked with a heavy padlock. Lacking better tools, he rummaged for a crowbar in his trunk, silently apologising to the cosmos for trespassing. After some effort and plenty of anxious glances over his shoulder, the lock snapped open. Inside, dust motes floated in stale air. It was a husk of a lab, empty benches and scattered equipment crates forming a ghostly tableau. Flicking on a flashlight, Miles wove through corridors. A few locked rooms were too secure to enter, but one door hung ajar. Carefully he stepped inside, a modest office with knocked-over filing cabinets. Tattered documents lay strewn about. Folders labelled Lattice Observational Logs, Timeline Variation, and Anchor Tests. The jackpot. He gathered as many papers as he could. Most were partial or heavily redacted, yet certain lines made his skin prickle. Anchor volunteers exhibit resistance to timeline overwrites. This leads to confusion, potential psychological breakdown. Cross-observation windows must be minimized to prevent merges. Dr. Hart warns of an unstoppable chain reaction if left uncontained. It was proof that the government had indeed funded a project to observe or manipulate parallel timelines, possibly under the impetus that these volunteers could maintain memory across timeline shifts. That explained the forum references about anchor individuals, people like Miles. A battered lab notebook in the corner caught his eye. Its cover read E.H., presumably Eliza Hart. Inside, scribbled notes documented observed anomalies, referencing a rising frequency of shifts. One excerpt read, "They keep pressuring me to push for deeper observation windows. We're seeing brand changes, historical discrepancies, small details morphing daily. Is it us or the timeline? The quantum bridging is fragile. Our presence might be causing the merges." Miles's throat tightened. He flipped to the final page. "I'm losing time. My fiancé says we never met, though we have pictures. The data suggests we've triggered a global effect. I must hide these logs before they bury me. If you find this, you're an anchor. Remember the original. They'll try to rewrite you." He clutched the notebook with shaking hands. This was bigger than anything he'd imagined. Project Lattice had cracked a door into parallel realities, letting them bleed together. Eliza Hart had recognized the danger, but presumably she vanished. The parallels to his own experiences were chilling. Friends or family forgetting entire histories, brand changes, illusions of false memories. Suddenly a sharp sound. Footsteps in the corridor. Miles froze, heart pounding. The beam of a flashlight illuminated dust motes. He ducked behind an overturned cabinet. A voice, male, brusque, spoke into a radio. No signs of forced entry in the main lab. Checking offices now. Fear coursed through Miles. He recognized that distinct official tone. Possibly Agent Dellar or one of his colleagues. Silently, Miles slid the lab notebook into his satchel. Step by careful step, he edged away. The footsteps drew closer. He He heard the squeak of a boot on debris. Another beam of light moved across the floor. Tense seconds stretched like hours. A stroke of luck. The unseen agent stepped into a different hallway, momentarily letting Miles slip out into the corridor behind him. He retraced his path, ignoring the hammering of his heart. Within minutes, he found the side door, hurried outside and sprinted to his borrowed sedan. He peeled away from Redwood Drive, adrenaline coursing. In his rearview mirror, he spotted no immediate pursuit, though that offered little comfort. Back in the safety of his apartment, he locked every door and jammed a chair under the handle, paranoid but justified. Taking a deep breath, he spread the rescued documents on his living room floor. The significance of each page weighed on him like a crushing burden. The government, or some clandestine group, had messed with the fabric of reality. The Mandela effect was not a glitch in memory alone. It was an actual shift triggered by these quantum observation windows. People like Miles retained the old memories because they had some mental anomaly that anchored them to the original timeline. Project Lattice used these anchors for research, and apparently the cost had been catastrophic. He scanned the pages, searching for any mention of Agent Della. Indeed, a memo indicated a Dellar was assigned to contain anchor anomalies. Another note read, "Subject anchor recall threatened success. Use memory reset protocols if subject refuses compliance." The hair on Miles's neck stood up. Memory reset. That must be the ultimate threat, erasing anchors so they no longer disrupted the new timeline. He recalled Della's phone call, the mention of further mergers. This was the machinery behind it. One portion referred to contingency labs across multiple states, each monitoring minor mergers. A mention of Hart's last message directed to a secure server with an IP address partially scratched out. Possibly, if he could decipher it, he might find more records, or even Hart herself. That is, if she was alive. But how to do so without being tracked? He realised with a jolt that Dr. Hart might still be out there, hiding. The text. "If you find this, you're an anchor. Remember the original," echoed in his mind. He felt an odd solidarity with her, a woman who tried to safeguard the world from unstoppable quantum fracturing. Sitting amid the scattered documents, exhaustion weighed on him. The timeline flickers were intensifying. He needed help. The question was, from whom? He trusted no one. The next steps would be riskier. Decoding Hart's final instructions, outrunning Della's watchers, and maybe finding a way to reverse or at least contain this runaway phenomenon. But was it reversible? The notion that thousands, maybe millions of small changes had already taken root in people's lives was staggering. Even if the large mergers had yet to come, smaller ones threatened fundamental truths. He shuddered at the thought. Entire countries might morph. People might vanish, replaced by alternate versions. If the original timeline was lost, how long until everything collapsed? He pressed a palm against his eyes, staving off a migraine. A wave of mental exhaustion threatened to swallow him. The final line in one of Hart's notes repeated in his head like a mantra. We must not remain silent. Indeed, if he succumbed to fear or let them silence him, the consequences could be unthinkable. He just hoped he could hold on to his own mind before the shifting timeline wrote him out of existence. Because for an anchor like Miles, the cost of remembering everything might come at a price, losing his sanity, or incurring the wrath of the shadowy forces determined to keep the world oblivious to the displacement. The day began with another jarring shift. Miles woke on his worn-out couch, blinking blearily at the living room. The furniture layout was reversed. The couch sat against the opposite wall. Startled, he jolted upright, only to find it was back to normal, as though it had never changed. Gasping, he pressed a hand to his racing heart. The flickers of timeline mergers were stronger now, coming in broad daylight. He was so shaken he nearly forgot to breathe. Determined to push forward, He rummaged through the documents from Redwood Drive, focusing on references to anchor points and secure servers. A few cryptic clues suggested that Dr. Hart's last known location was an underground facility near a satellite station outside the city. It matched the mention of contingency labs. Possibly she had retreated there or left a final message. With a sense of desperate resolve, Miles decided to investigate. The battered sedan took him down a winding rural road. As evening fell, the satellites loomed overhead like silent guardians. Giant metal dishes pointed skyward. Past a locked gate and a barbed wire fence, he saw a squat building with minimal lighting. He parked the car out of sight, then approached on foot through patches of tall grass. Once again, he found a side door with a rusting security panel. Fortune favoured him. The security system was old, easily bypassed with a trick he'd learned in his IT days. Inside, the air felt cool, tinged with a faint hum of servers. Dim emergency lights illuminated a corridor that led underground. After descending a few flights, he emerged into a sterile hallway of metal walls. Posters with cryptic instructions about temporarily sensitive data hung lopsided, a sure sign of abandonment or minimal staff presence. He entered a control room lined with monitors, some black, others displaying streams of code or static-laced images. The largest screen flickered with a partial readout, timeline residue analysis. Heart-pounding, Miles realized this must be where they monitored merges, collecting data from multiple realities. On a console, he spotted references to Hart's uplink. Bingo! He rummaged in the desk drawers and found a small device, a specialized USB-like drive labeled Anchor Module. The label read, "Authorized anchor use only." The synergy of so many coincidences gave him chills. He jacked it into a console, hoping to access deeper files. The screen displayed a prompt. "Please confirm Anchor ID." Confusion struck. Did he have an ID? Then he remembered the Redwood documents mentioning anchor volunteers. Possibly his name was in some database as a potential anchor. He typed Miles Wren, but the system responded with an error. He tried rummaging for a numeric code in the Redwood notes. One snippet had a 9-digit number next to the name M. Wren. Inputting that into the console, he waited with bated breath. A beep, then the console text changed. Anchor confirmed. Dr. E. Hart's logs unlocked. Suddenly, lines of text scrolled across the monitor. "Miles, if you're reading this, you're an anchor who resisted the overwrite. Project Lattice was designed to observe alternate timelines, but we triggered collapses. Merges accelerate each time we open a new observation window. I suspect the final meltdown is imminent. The only chance we have is to localize the anchor field and forcibly unify all drifting timelines, preventing further fracturing. I tried building a stabilizer, but I was cut off. I can't do this alone. If you're hearing me, please, help." Miles's eyes brimmed with emotion. She'd left this message specifically for an anchor. For him. The text continued. "We discovered that only anchors can finalize a stable timeline. Non-anchors adapt to each shift, forgetting the past. If enough anchors unify an agreement on a single version of events, that version might collapse the wave function, but the government sees that as a threat. They'd rather let the mergers continue invisibly than face the truth, or they want to harness the mergers for power." He paused reading, heart pounding. So a large-scale meltdown threatened to rewrite reality entirely. The repeated mergers left the fabric of existence wearing thin. Possibly humankind would wake up to an alien tomorrow, or entire continents might blink out. The scale was unimaginable. Another line scrolled. "If Agent Delar or others approach you, they'll offer to wipe your memory. They believe that removing anchor memories eases the mergers. Don't let them. We must keep the original in mind or we all vanish. I'm nearby, but my consciousness is fragmented. This facility's deeper level houses a quantum link to the lattice. That's where you must go. I'll be waiting." Anxious determination flared in Miles. Dr. Hart was not just a ghost. She might still be physically or mentally present, albeit in a compromised state. He had to find her. The meltdown was happening. Even the small flickers in his daily life were signs of a larger cosmic shift. He took the anchor module from the console, following a map displayed on the screen that led to a lower level. Treading carefully, he made his way down an echoing corridor. A low hum filled the air, intensifying with each step. At the end, he found a locked steel door with caution signs. Inside was a lab filled with a labyrinth of equipment reminiscent of Redwood, but more advanced. In a glass chamber, a figure lay motionless on a reclined chair, head wired to an array of sensors. It was a woman, her features gaunt, eyes half-lidded. Recognition pulsed in him. Dr. Eliza Hart, the woman from his nightmares. She was alive, connected to machines. Approaching, he saw faint flickers across the monitors. Brainwave patterns soared in chaotic spikes. On a screen was a 3D rendering of multiple timelines, overlapping. Strings of data spun in fractal patterns, each labelled variance ratio. She had apparently jacked her consciousness into the lattice, observing countless realities at once. Her physical body might be near catatonic, but her mind was hyperactive in the quantum realm. Without warning, a voice from behind, "Stop! Step away!" He whirled to see Agent Delar, gun drawn. The agent's face was etched with tension. Dr. Hart is the keystone of these merges. We keep her in stasis, monitoring her. If you wake her, the merges intensify. We're trying to manage this. Miles swallowed. Manage it by letting the world slip away. People vanish, timelines break. That's not management, that's destruction. Della's gaze flickered with complex emotion. You anchors complicate things. It's easier if no one notices. Now that you're this close, you must let us reset your memory. It's the only way to maintain stability. The agent advanced, gun unwavering. Miles's hand clenched around the anchor module. He realized the next steps would define everything. Either accept memory erasure or fight for the chance to unify reality. Dr. Hart's words about forcibly unifying timelines rang in his mind. If he could awaken her and combine anchor memories, maybe the meltdown could be halted or a stable timeline established. Della pulled the hammer back on the gun. Don't do anything rash. We can fix you, then you can go back to living a normal life, ignorant of all this. It's not so bad. Miles considered the cost. A false normalcy at the expense of the entire world's continuity, or the risk of a universal meltdown if he tried to save it. The decision loomed, fraught with cosmic consequences. His mind flashed with images of changed cereal brands, misquoted movies, entire people erased. That wasn't living. That was sedation. He exhaled. I can't let you bury the truth. Agent Delar's eyes narrowed. Then you're forcing my hand. The next moment a shot rang out, echoing in the metallic chamber. Fear coiled in Miles's gut. The final confrontation had begun, and reality itself hung in the balance. The gunshot reverberated, shocking the quiet air. But Della's aim wasn't for Miles's head or heart. It was a warning shot into the metal floor, sparks flying. The agent's voice wavered with tension. I won't kill you unless I must. Stand down. You can't comprehend the bigger picture. Miles's pulse pounded. Over Della's shoulder, Dr. Hart remained in her glass cocoon, oblivious or locked in some mental battlefield. Her monitors spiked with each passing second. The data suggested her mind was bridging multiple timelines simultaneously, like an engine revving past redline. If she crashed, the mergers might intensify beyond control. Or if she was awakened incorrectly, the meltdown might become unstoppable. Yet if they did nothing, the slow unravelling would continue. He took a shaky breath. Look around, Della. The meltdown is happening. Timelines are colliding daily. I see them. People vanish. Reality changes. And we call it the Mandela effect. This can't go on. The agent's expression flickered with something akin to regret. Our superiors tried to contain it. We minimize public panic, fix minor timeline illusions, quietly reset anchors who might disrupt the merges. We believed it safer than letting the masses know reality is broken. Safer, maybe, Miles retorted, but it's failing. Dr. Hart wrote that only anchors can unify a stable timeline. She's trying to do that from inside the lattice. That's why you keep her locked up, because if she succeeds, your hush-hush approach collapses. Della's jaw clenched. We fear what unification might do. Merging contradictory timelines can produce paradox. Millions could die, or existences might flicker out. At least our method keeps society afloat, no matter how frayed the tapestry gets. From behind the glass, a faint moan sounded. Dr. Hart stirred. The monitors beeped wildly. She mouthed something inaudible. Miles realized they had no time. Carefully, he sidled near the control panel, anchor module in hand. If he could interface with her, perhaps unify their anchor memories, it might give her the push to close the merges properly. Della noticed his movement. Don't press that really stupid button. You have no idea what you're risking. He raised the gun again, this time aiming more deliberately, but in that instant a violent timeline flicker seized the chamber. The entire facility seemed to warp, the walls around them morphing in a swirl of metal and shadow. For a heartbeat, Miles glimpsed an alternate version of the lab. Different equipment, a different layout, Agent Delar wearing a different uniform. Then it snapped back. Both men staggered. The console lights flickered. Dr. Hart's monitors beeped frantically. Miles used the confusion to slam the anchor module into the console's port. A surge of static electricity jarred him. The entire system glowed with a weird luminescence. Delar cursed, stumbling forward. Another flicker. For a moment, the glass chamber was gone, replaced by a large steel contraption with Dr. Hart nowhere in sight. Then it flickered back. The meltdown was accelerating. Reeling from the shock, Miles found himself face to face with the console's user interface, which displayed two massive buttons: Stabilize Protocol and Reset Anchor. The latter must be how they wipe memories. The former